First, second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Next item. Welcome and introduction of guests. Welcome to the boardroom. It's good to see a full house for a change. So thank you all for coming. Next item, we'll move on to public comment. Public comment is a reserve of 3 minutes. The board can't engage with the speakers. We'll just hear what you have to say and then take it from there. We just ask that it stays respectful and cordial. And first up is Miss Sally Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mr. President, Jason Royale, board members, and Mr. Baldonado. Based on a recent report that I found here from 2024 and 25, the QISD School District Board had focused on addressing specific long-standing operational issues, and one of them was reviewing the school week structure, and that's what I'm here for. Just to bring back to your memories, I don't know who all was on the board at the time, but local control and flexibility, the board and the administration had emphasized that the 4-day schedule made sense for our community and allowed for local control over scheduling that fits the needs of our rural families. And then teacher and student well-being, board members had also discussed that the shorter week provides much needed time for both students and teachers to decompress and recharge. Academic continuity by tentatively approving a 150-day calendar for the 2024-25 year. The board promised to maintain the status quo for families while navigating state instructional hour requirements. There was a resource allocation. Superintendent John Maldonado noted that moving to a 5-day week would require an additional $35,000 to $40,000 in the budget, funds that the board has instead committed to keeping in existing programs and staff support rather than operational overhead like transportation. And this was just $35,000 to $40,000. We know that everything has gone a little bit more higher, so the numbers are going to be higher than this tonight. Attendance and recruitment. The board had consistently maintained that this schedule is a critical tool for recruiting and retaining teachers, as it is a major incentive for prospective staff compared to neighboring districts. And the Friday off is intended to allow families to have their medical, their dental, whatever appointments they need to make. And that this is a day that's really important because we have a lot of kids that need to go out and work, and it provides a promised day to hold jobs or to assist on family ranches and properties, which we have here, because we are a rural community. So as a community member and substitute teacher, I don't understand why we have to do and rehash this situation every year concerning the calendar. Nothing will ever change in Cuesta. We'll always remain a rural community. So we will always, on Fridays, of course, it's much needed for the parents, students, and teachers, and even possibly for you guys, because you have students in the schools. Please consider our families and students, and we always have had this saying in this community. It takes a community to raise a child. This school needs board members to work as a complete board, as one. Right now, our nation is divided, but we need our school district to become more united and to work as a complete board. One more sentence. Let's all work as one and one for all.
Thank you. Mr. Armando Segura.
Evening, guys. I came today to you guys as a parent to talk about the 4-day week as well, going to Friday. Miss Sally kind of hit the nail on the head there. That Friday means a lot, not just to parents, not just to kids, but to everybody. Um, for me particularly, I have two daughters that are in high school right now that are athletes, FFA members. They go off and do their stuff. They miss days of school. Friday gives them a chance to catch up on those days where they missed work or whatever it may be. The dual credit program that you guys have with the high school right now, Fridays are the perfect time for them to be able to get that work done. During the week, they have time for regular school. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they have time to do everything they need to do for dual credit. Like Miss Sally said, we are a rural area. For us, we do have a daughter with chronic disease, a type 1 diabetes, and around here there ain't specialists. We're traveling to Albuquerque 3 months, every 3 months. Fridays for my wife is a day for her to go be able to take her and do what she needs to do with her. It's a big responsibility for my wife to work here, but then on Fridays that gives her the time and responsibility for our kids. The time that she earns through here, 5 days a semester, 10 days a year for teachers, every day that she's gone is for our kids. It's not for her to go do what she wants, it's for our kids to make sure they get what they need. So I'm asking you guys to just keep it at the 4-day. It helps everybody here. It helps our community. It helps our teachers. It just makes sense. Thank you.
Hello, I'm here also about the 4-day week. I did come from Colorado, so Colorado, the whole valley is on 4-day, but I student taught there, and I lived in the district, and I also traveled to out of district because it was on the 4-day. When everything started changing in New Mexico, I was able to make that transition, and it was part of the reason that I came to this district because I could stay on my same schedule. Aria happened later, like he talked about her diabetes. We do physical therapy every Friday. We go to specialists for her feet, so we keep her off of getting the neuropathy. We take her to her diabetes appointments. We run labs. Those are all 1-day appointments. So every single day. I've never taken a day for myself. It's always them. But so I let him talk about our family. But as a teacher, there's been so much progress in the last 4 years that I've been here. When I got here, we didn't have a curriculum for reading. We had no curriculum for math. Our classrooms were very big. The needs were high. I had a classroom of 50% on IEP with very, very little support, very little resources, and it's come a long way. So it's reflected in our test scores because there was no resources, and we've been building that for the last 4 years. We've ordered a math program, which everyone uses faithfully now. We're seeing progress. Our math scores are coming up every year. There's graphs where we see trending up, and it's all of our classes are trending, and that's what we want to see. Even though the achievement isn't where we want it to be, it's a work in progress. We've had all of our teachers go through the letters program. We're specialists in reading right now. It took 2 years to do that program. We all have reading endorsements. And it's all this big, there's so many things that go into student success, curriculum, student support, behavior, attendance, and all of them are this big thing that goes into student success. And we're looking at what components can we work on, and that's what we've been doing as an elementary. We're filling in all of these gaps and trying to get these kids where they need to be. And I feel like a 5-day week, it feels like a Band-Aid. Just let's throw it out there. Let's put them in the classroom more. Let's drill it. And is it going to do anything? No, it's not, because attendance is correlated into this. And attendance isn't falling back on the teachers, it's falling back on the community and the parents. Because if our parents in our community do not value education and get these kids into the building, then we can't teach empty seats. So until we can get our parents to care about attendance, care about grades, see how it correlates, we need to have the kids in our seat, and we need to work together to build a program in elementary, which we've been doing. We're making the steps necessary. And I think that we need more time. And because this is the first time we've had consistent staff in the elementary, like our turnover is very low right now. We're able to hone in on what our kids need, work together, get that vertical alignment, but we need time for it all to fall in place. And we're working very hard. Like we're working very hard to get all of these things together. And I just don't feel like a 5 days is gonna fix it. It's kind of like putting a finger in the dam.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Mrs. Esperanza Villalobos.
Hi. I'm here to request, I'm here to request absence for my senior year to be able to miss Wednesdays for one semester so I can take a chemistry class for my college. And it's required, I need this class to be able to take anatomy for the next semester before that. So I could get my associates in pre-science to be able to go to one of the colleges I would like. To Donna Honor School, which they require these classes like chemistry and anatomy. And I wrote down everything and I don't know if you want me to say it. That's my request.
It's good public speaking skills.
Oh, no, I'm already shaking.
Thank you for being brave enough to stand up and speak that. It truly does mean a lot.
I also got my signatures from my coaches and my teachers to see if they would support me. And the shaders.
Say that louder.
Thank you. So that's very.
Well, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here to speak on the 4-day week as well. And I'm here to speak as a staff member, but also as a parent as well. I do have a son who is in the 3rd grade right now, who will be going up to the 4th grade. And I know that their class is big. They have almost 30 students. Right now they have 2 classrooms. And I just think we're talking about this 30, 40,000 or more that it's going to take to fuel the school for an extra day, right? Let's put that into another teacher. You guys are looking at data and test scores. I don't see how 30 children in one classroom is going to drive scores up. Like, it's not. I'm in the classroom. We have 12 kids right now, and these kids, no matter how old they are, they need that attention, that one-on-one time. 30 kids is not going to get it. And that is just, we're going to see it plummet. And then we're going to be back here again next year. Why is this not working? Why is this not working? Well, we did have 30 kids in one class. That's why it's not working. and so that's why I'm here as the staff member, also as a parent. And I just think we need to invest this money that we're going to be using just for shorter days to invest into more teachers, more staff to get these kids the one-on-one attention, or a small group even, to get these scores up. So we can look at this data and see, because I know with 30 kids it's not going to happen. Also, as a parent, going back to Savannah and Armando, I also do have a child who is medically fragile. My son has congenital heart disease, as most of you guys know. And his appointments in Albuquerque, because there's no cardiologist closer, are an all-day thing. We're there early, all these tests, we see the doctor. He'll be missing 2 days of school because we'll be there all day, and then we won't be able to come back and go to school the next day. So instead of just being on a Friday where I can take that appointment and we have Saturday to travel back or do whatever, he'll probably miss a Tuesday, and then he'll miss the next Wednesday because we're coming back, or he's tired, or then there it goes again. He's not in the right mind to learn or do whatever he needs to do, right? So I know you guys say, appointments this, appointments that, but honestly, a lot of us, we do use that Friday for things like that. We really do. I know that when I'm off on a Friday, I have not taken off the day either to take him to the cardiologist during the week, because even if I'm scheduling him out, I schedule him out like a year in advance to get a Friday because it's so hard to get Fridays, but I schedule him out so far. So just take that into consideration, please, and I ask you to, I'm in favor of that 4-day, and let's invest back into our kids, back in our staff, and look at those test scores again.
Comment, next we go to presentations. The 2026 Excellence Students Achievement.
Well, thank you guys. So let me just. So every year, and School Boards Association gives out Student Excellence Awards. Student Excellence Awards pertain to people that have impact on their students in any type of direction, from community members, teachers, other students, whatever it may be. And so this year, the board has chosen their group of recipients, and their group of recipients are bus drivers. Without our bus drivers, our kids wouldn't be coming to school. So, so we look at them not also as just, as bus drivers and getting the kids to and from school. I can tell you that a lot of our kids have big hopes and love to be on the bus with our bus drivers. They enjoy every bit of it, from taking them home to going on field trips. One of the big things that I'm always asked is, oh, who's driving us today? Is it Eddie, or is it Charlie, or is it this one, or is it that one? And so, that's a big thing that, our kids look forward to that. And so, you as bus drivers get our kids home safe. You make sure that our kids are, if there's times that there's not a parent home, you're giving us a call and saying, hey, there's nobody home, I'm going to bring them back. It's not just drop off and do that. So, we really wanted to recognize our bus drivers this year. Really, we appreciate everything you do for us, for our kids, for our students, for us as adults. I've had, drivers bring me things that I'm like, hey, I left that in the bus, and they'll be like, I'll go back and take it to you and such and such. So, at the end of the day, thank you guys. You guys have anything you'd like to add before I hand them out?
No, I just want to actually kind of echo what Mr. Maldonado said. I remember Mr. Gallo being my bus driver back when I was coming through, and let me sit behind him right on the, when he was opening the doors and stuff. But those are just little pieces that the kiddos all get to have a piece of going on the bus. And when we go back to safety, it's huge because we're trusting everybody with our kids. I know when my kiddos come to school, whether they're riding on the bus or with the staff, I don't worry about them one bit. I know they're in good and safe hands, and I'm trusting you with my most valued possessions. And so when they get on the bus, you get them here safe and you get them home safe. And that warmness from your heart, I hope you can feel that from all of us that are parents that put our kiddos on the bus, because we do trust you guys, and it shows in the excellence that you do, because we don't get dinged for safety violations, we don't get dinged for mishaps, and it's very rare that maybe some student behavior gets pointed out to us here and there, but you guys seem to regulate your buses very well. I know it's a hard job, but a lot of this portion of transportation never really gets recognized for the years of service that you guys give to the district. And I just wanted you guys to know from myself, from the board, how much you appreciate it.
Well, I was one of those kids on the bus. But like she said, 30 kids in the classroom is rough. And the bus drivers get, how many put on the bus?
40 kids.
40-some kids. Like when I was in school, Gabriel was the bus driver. you know. He's greatly missed, and we appreciate everything you guys have done. And, you know, I really wish we would have done this earlier. But, you know, I just want to let you guys know that we appreciate it, and the kids did. And I should have acted better when I was on that bus. Thank you guys, all of you.
It's kind of a echo off of everybody else. Thank you guys for what you guys do. It's a hard job. I was also one of those other students that don't us very much because they don't know how to act. Especially getting those boys, keep me off my alarms. But just thank you guys for everything.
Awesome. Well, thank you again. So we do have some facts for you guys or for the drivers. So first one is Mr. Ramos Martinez. I'm not sure who's here. We'll get that to Ramos. Of course, Charlie Martinez. Next one is the family of Mr. Gabriel Quintana. And then we have our two other drivers on here that, let me do Eddie first. Eddie's here. Thank you so much. And so our last two drivers are actually retiring this year. They've decided that they're done with it for a while. We'll see. They might decide to come back at some point. But first of all, you know, Miss Beverly Rivera. And of course, Mr. Erastos Rivera. Thank you. So thank you guys for all the work you guys put in, everything that you guys do. We know it's not an easy job, and sometimes it's a thankless job, but to get those kids home safe, that's the biggest things in it. And so we appreciate it, and thank you guys for everything you've done for the district.
Thank you all. I just want to thank you guys. It's hard. Sorry, you know, you become a family with those that you work closely with. And Eddie, I can't thank you more than enough. You know, you support the kids when you go to the activities, and you're amazing. You're all amazing. Gabriel, he never gave me a hard time. He would always say, you gotta do what you gotta do. Charlie, that's my challenge. My challenge child. But I've learned a lot in the 6 years that I've been here doing transportation for the 5. And it's hard work with transportation. It's a lot. It's not just drive a bus and you're done. State reporting is a lot. Beverly and Erasto, you're missed a lot, and we're grateful for the new driver that you did hire. But we do miss you. You were always on top of everything, contacting your parents and that, and so I miss you too. And so, I miss your kids. Maybe when you get better, you can come by. And so I just want to thank you guys again. Evan and Dan, you did the bus for many years when I was in school. Francis Martinez, almost. I mean, it's just a family that you grew up with, and you're appreciated as well. Thank you.
Next up is Mr. Chris Madrid from Taos County.
Very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's correct.
Construction manager here. Thank you, Board, for finally allowing us to bring the plan come forward for the QISD project. Richard Sanchez is our construction manager at Taos County, so he has more of the details. If you have detailed questions, he'll describe the project to you all. I just realized it's been 3 years since we initiated this effort, and kind of want to give an explanation of what took so long. We're dealing with two government agencies, State Board of Finance and Long-Term and Aging. The grant comes from Long-Term and Aging. It was a grant for another building, another senior center site up in Himalaya, which can no longer be used as a senior center because the foundation cannot be fixed, and so it has to be demolished. So what we did is we went to the state and said, this can never be a senior center. Can we move those resources to the Costilla site? And that's when we had some challenges with our two agencies. One was comfortable with the concept. The other said, no, you need to own the property. And we heard loud and clear before that the school board desires to keep the property. So we had to get legal folks involved to make the case that there's a long-term lease in place. Then that will allow the assets to depreciate and we won't violate the rules of the grants. So it took us quite a while, and we finally got a green light to move the funds. And then the leadership at Long-Term and Aging changed on us, and they said, okay, you don't have to own it, but you can't move the funds. So long story short, a lot of legal work, a lot of discussions were made in order to finally have a structure where we lease the property from the school board and we can move the dollars. A few months back, we came to find, because of the code requirements of renovation that I didn't anticipate, I had to go chase down some additional dollars. So an almost another $1 million to put into the project to get to where we need to be. But we secured the dollars, and so at this point, I'll allow Richard to go ahead and explain the project to you.
Basically, the structure is a good structure. It's got heating issues. Other than that, it just hasn't been used in 8-9 years, I guess. I can't remember right now. So upgrading the existing heating system, putting boilers and controls, it was vandalized before we got involved in the project. We did a lot of damage to the controls, the boilers and whatnot. Cost-wise, it's not an efficient way to heat the building, in the sense that it's not a school, it's not going to be all used at the same time. So the offshoot to that is we are going to use split units. I don't know if anybody's familiar with split units. So each area, the cafeteria, some of the classrooms, the offices will have their own heating and air conditioning units, and they'll have fan coil units in the room, in the ceilings, that way they heat or cool the room. What will have to happen is we will have to have some penetrations from the hallways into the rooms above the ceiling line. That will be for the line sets. The line sets are for the air conditioning. There's a high pressure line and low pressure line. The high pressure line is usually about ½ inch and the low pressure is 5/8. Plus you want them insulated for them to be efficient. So we're talking about an inch and a half hole that will go from the hallway to the classroom and the cafeteria area, and we'll have units that look like a registered basically with a fan in it, controls to it, power to it, and it will have air conditioning and heating, not just heating like the other systems. One of the other things that'll be required is we're getting electrical service upgrade because the service just isn't large enough. There will be some penetrations to the exterior of the building They'll look just like that piece of conduit at the end of the hallway by the door. It'll come out, and that's to get power into the facility. The kitchen is pretty much the way it's needed because of the cooking requirements for long-term and aging. They actually prepare food there, whereas the schools have pre-prepared meals and whatnot, have little ovens that don't require fire suppression. So the hood will get upgraded to code for the controls and for the fire suppression, also the cook line that they use for the senior center. Along with that, the entire building will have a new fire alarm system that'll have 24-hour, 24/7 monitoring that the county will pay for. The system is robust enough that if the school brings the gym back online or wants to use some of the other classrooms, since the county for the senior center is using the whole building, those zones can be added at any time. So it's more hidden construction than tearing down walls. The biggest mess, like I said, is drilling some holes through the partition wall from the hallway to the classrooms, to the cafeteria, to a couple offices that I think we're going to use, and then exterior conduits. Kit Carson will do the electrical upgrades, and then we're upgrading the, like I said, fire alarm. We can incorporate security. I don't know if we have the funding for it, but security can also be incorporated with the fire alarm and part of the monitoring system. Like I said, it's cosmetic. One concern I do have that nobody's addressed yet, I know there are a pumping station that pumps the septic up into the drain field. Those haven't run in however long the school's been closed. Talking to Chris, our county manager, and talking to the general contractor, I'd like to have those inspected or probably replaced, because when pumps like that sit for years, they just don't function. And that's the last thing we need, is to have some kind of septic issue for the seniors or anybody else that's in the facility. Like I said, it's not a real complicated project. There's a lot to it, a lot of fan coil units, a lot of compressors, electrical service upgrades, the fire alarm. And like I said, the hood is probably the part that's going to take the most. The hood itself, the physical part of it, won't need to be changed, but the controls for the fans, the way the fans interlock with the fire alarm, the fire suppression heads have to be over the cooking appliances. And so that's something that we're working with our senior director and see how exactly the cook line is more than in size, just the configuration that they're going to do so we can get the right fire suppression.
And one thing about the fire alarms is, the fire alarm system there is actually a perfectly good fire alarm system. It's just dated. And the update requires an audible component.
An audible component.
So we're having to replace a perfectly good alarm system just to make sure that we have the latest code compliance. The other code compliance we have is, if the doors to the gym remain open, and our contractor was advising that we close it, if they remain open, then we have to put in the alarm, we have to extend the alarm system into the gym area. And those are the contingency dollars that I was looking to use on the septic system. But if you all require that we want the gym open, then we'll put the alarm system there, and hopefully the septic system will work long enough for us to try to get additional dollars down the road.
The only caveat that I'm going to say about the gym, if we add it to the alarm system, then all the doors have to be unlocked all the time. They cannot be chained because it's partly part of occupied space. The other thing that might come into play, and that's something the state fire marshal has to look at, is because it's a gymnasium and we have bleachers, anytime you have an assembly area that has occupancy of over 300, you have to sprinkle it. And so there is not money for a sprinkler system, because for that we probably need a 40,000 gallon water tank added to the facility.
The final surprise to me is, I didn't know this, but if you have a large renovation where you actually are changing the electronic, working on the electrical components, and you're paving the parking lot, we're required now to have charging stations. So I went and secured additional dollars to put into charging stations at that location, and that's a code requirement that we have to have.
Even residential houses now have to have a 240 outlet on the carport garage for charging the building, electrical code. Any questions?
Well, I think we're gonna put in charging stations also in Penasco. So I think the county might start, we have a fleet of one for the last decade. We might have a fleet of additional electric vehicles.
And how far along are you just starting these?
We have plans. We have a contractor under contract. It's more about the lease agreement. It says we have to have written permission for you for anything that we do physically to the building. So, painting, that's not a big deal. Resealing the parking lot, well, we are going to make penetrations in the walls, the exterior walls. We're putting new heating and cooling. We're putting new fire alarms. So that is substantial. Improvements and code and bringing the building up to code. The building's in pretty good shape other than the heating system. And last year we were able to fire it up, but the controls didn't work, so we had to keep it fired 24/7, and the propane was in the thousands a week. And so that's why, because we're not using the entire building, and by going to split units, we can, if there's a function or a second meeting or something that's going on, just using this room, that's when it's got the heat up. Those are set at 50.
See, the other consideration for the heating system that we're using is our clients are seniors. And we wanted to make sure we had cooling capability during the summertime.
This is also on the agenda for approval.
Yes.
I guess I ask you a question now, is getting rid of the boiler system gonna do anything to the plumbing? Because I don't, I was thinking that water runs through every room. It does run through every room, and it'll all be drained, so you're gonna isolate and shut it all off completely. It'll be, What about into the gym? I don't know that it runs into the gym. I've only been in the gym once. I didn't see any fan coil units hanging from the roof. That's how you would probably usually do a large area like that. So I don't know if we had a pipe bust, right, John?
Yes.
It damaged the gym floor.
Yeah, your main line runs into the gym, and so it sits in that bathroom, and so that's where your main line runs.
So that's the water for all the buildings.
Okay,
Let's do this. So the gym, it needs to be
heated in that area at least.
heated enough.
So that's something that I didn't know, I wasn't aware of. That's something that we can address. We can put a fan coil unit in there that's, a split unit that's heat only, and isolate that room. If that's where the main comes into the building, it needs to be heated, because the boiler system, like I said, was running all last winter, but I don't believe it heats the gym.
No, they're overhead heaters inside the gym.
Okay, so if it were, if they weren't fired up, the gym wasn't part of any discussion with the county to occupy it.
And I think we might have to come back on that, because even if it's not occupied, I think you might have to at least, if you want to use the rest of it.
Yeah.
Running through there, you have to maintain that part of it.
Is that Mr. Fuzzy?
Yes. That's right.
Very good. Good to see you again. So now maybe I'm understanding what may have happened, because we were shown a valve that
Outside of the
got water to the building that we're gonna occupy. But it could have been that the other valve had to be open in order to provide us
Yes,
water.
yes, that's the way it
And
works.
we weren't familiar with the other valve.
Well, the other contractors were, because I showed them how to turn it on, and I told them they needed to turn it off because it was still winter. So that,
And if that's the case, I apologize. Back when this happened, the report I got back was that they came upon and found the leak in the gym. And I, of course, asked them, we asked them to do with that, and that's not the report I got, but I'd like to work with you and the superintendent to really find out what happened.
Okay.
And if we're responsible, we'll do everything we can to make that right.
All right.
It's your building, but we can work with you to make that right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It goes a long way. Any questions? All right. Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you. I'm glad it's almost there.
It's ready to go. The community is excited. And we want to work with you in the community as well to make the other aspects of the campus come to life. And take care of finally our seniors have been waiting a long time.
Together there is we can do an MOU with the neighborhood committee. Who's gonna use the playground area and probably the gym if it's available. So there's probably, the grandchildren are the ones that will be using.
And at some point, we're at a stage where we have limited dollars, therefore we can touch a limited footprint. But we have visions in the future of our seniors being able to go in and walk. I grew up in rural New Mexico. That gym looks familiar to back in the day. It touches your heart when you walk in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, QISD calendar committee.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Maldonado, community members. My name is Naomi Gomez, and I'm a second grade teacher at Alta Vista Elementary School. A few weeks ago, we were given some homework by a board member, and she asked us to come up with pros and cons for a 4-day week and a 5-day week. So we've been busy. I have a PowerPoint that I want to share with you this evening, and that'll be covering our pros and cons for the 4-day and 5-day. And then if you have questions as we go through it, or if you want to do a Q&A after, whichever you prefer. And then you also have in your packet the slides as well, so that way if you want to take notes or if you want to go back and forth, whichever one, okay? I'm gonna have to block some of you here, okay? All right, so this was done by Alta Vista Elementary and Cuesta High School calendar consensus. We're going to start with our 5-day school week. Our pros: dismissing school at 2:40, dismissing school at 1:30 every Friday for the students, PD, which is professional development for teachers on Fridays. Our cons for a 5-day school week: we will have shorter days, but it will be affecting our quality of education. If we move to a 5-day, we always have to remember that because the district is 4-day, moving to a 5-day, the state will not allow us to move back. Elementary students will get burnt out due to more hours, and we actually did the computation where they will be working 30 hours, or they'll be coming to school 30 hours more than secondary students. And then the cost increase on electricity, water, food, tissue, and paper towels. Next. Okay, now we're moving into our 4-day school week. We're going to start with our pros. So a 4-day school week will allow teachers, staff members to, we will have longer days, but it's going to allow us to teach quality education. And what I mean by quality education is we will have every day, without interruptions, we will have a 90-minute block of reading. We will have a 90-minute block of math. We will have our RTI, which is 30 minutes, and that stands for response to intervention. And what this is this is teachers working in a small group with students who are struggling in reading and math. But we'll have 30 minutes every day of RTI. We also will have our Spanish. So the state is asking for an hour every day. Right now we're doing 45 minutes of a Spanish block. We would have 35 minutes of science block every day. And then we would have 45 minutes of an activity for our students, which includes either PE or music. So having longer days will allow all of this to happen. Okay, it's a consistent routine for our kids. Our second pro would be utilizing our Flex Fridays for structured tutoring, RTI, behavioral excessive absences with the student-parent contract. And so I'm gonna elaborate a little bit on this. If we have 4-day school weeks, that Friday will be used for our students who need that extra tutoring in math or reading. So they would come in on Fridays with teachers that want to be working and tutoring them. The RTI is, again, small group instruction, so we could make those test scores go up. Behavioral, if the student has a citation that they were written up for, then they would have to be coming in on those Fridays. So hopefully our behavioral issues will decrease. Excessive absences. We have a lot of students with excessive absences. Of course, it affects their scores, their learning. So that would also be used for those students to come in on Friday. And then we're gonna do something a little bit different if this happens, because it's been done in the past, but we're gonna have a student-parent contract where the actual student and parent will sign. That way they are committed to come in and it's actually happening instead of not happening. For the high school staff, high school students will actually be able to pursue their college and career classes, and they'll be able to attend it on these Fridays for the college courses, like we have a girl over there, which is awesome. Also, games can be scheduled, and that allows all of the students at both levels, elementary and secondary, to attend and not miss any instruction. Our cons are going to be childcare on Fridays, of course. No breakfast or lunch will be served on those Fridays, and then the longer school day. Okay, reading and analyzing data. So we're gonna review some data, and I'm just gonna do a quick mini lesson here to go over it, because sometimes it is hard to read data. There are 5 levels on Amera. And so the first one is gonna be the level 5, which is, if you look at your packets, board members, Mr. Maldonado, it's the dark green color. Those are gonna be your advanced students. Those are your students that are scoring above proficiency. Okay, they're the dark green.
He's not in color.
It's not in color? It's not in color, Ms. They're gonna be the ones on the bottom. I had requested, okay, go to the screen, go to the screen after, and then we'll come back. Okay, you're supposed to have it in your pocket as well, but that's okay, we'll flip back and forth. So let me elaborate on this one. So these are your 5 levels, okay? And right here, your level 5 is your dark green. So these are gonna be all these guys right here. These are your advanced students. They are scoring above proficiency, okay? Then you have your level 4, which is your lighter green. Those are gonna be all the kids that are scoring proficient. They're exactly where they should be at that grade level, okay? Then you have your level 3. My kids call it tan, so I'm gonna call it tan. Some people disagree with me, but it's like the tannish color here. And these are the kids that are nearing proficiency. These are those kids that they call bubble kids. They're almost there. A little bit of a push, and they're gonna jump into this green, okay? Then we have our level 2, which is the yellow color. These kids are the ones for the RTI, okay? They need that extra help in the small groups, getting extra instruction. Then you have the bottom, which is level 1. Those are our beginning step kids. And so that's gonna be all the red that you see there, okay? With that said, we don't have to go to the previous one because I just sort of elaborated on that one. So if you look at this one, this is Alta Vista Elementary K through 3, and this is reading for this is for the Amera program that we're doing this year. So this is showing you all of our data from August, and it's actually not even August, it's supposed to be September because we had so many glitches and flaws with Amera, but they posted it on August, so we left it there. So it shows data September, October, November, December, January, February, March, and April. And then this week, we're gonna be testing, so we don't have the data there yet. We test the first week of every month, okay? So if you look at this data, if you look at your advanced students, okay, we went from 12% right down to 12%. We started at 15%, right now 24%. We have our nearing proficiency students, 21%, and right now 12%. This is our RTI, 17%, and now we're at 23%. And then our beginning step, 35%, and now we're at 28%. Okay, so we are making growth, but I do want to share reading and math with you, if you could go to math. And I also want to elaborate on all of the issues that we've had. Amera is a new assessment that's mandated from the state, and this is the first year that we are using it with our kids. We've had many issues with Amera. So students will start the test, be on there for about 5 minutes, then it logs them out. Then we gotta log back in, and they're like, oh, we gotta do it again. I'm like, yeah, gotta do it again, you know? So then they go back in and it's logged them out again before. The reading section records their voice when they're reading. It wasn't recording their voice. So kids had to be tested again. Today, I tested one of my second graders. She was on the test. She was on there for about 10 minutes, and then it threw her out. The screen threw her out, but on her headset, we could still hear the computer talking, telling her what to do. And so I sent her to Miss Diley, and I said, you know, so we have had issues with Amera till now. And so you gotta understand what these kids are going through. They're frustrated because they have to keep testing again and again. And that's only for the 1 month, okay? So you gotta give us some time so that we can get our kids used to this routine. And then we gotta work with the state or with whoever to help us fix these issues, okay? Because I could see having issues at the beginning, but those issues should be fixed. In math, again, this is for this year. August, you started at 7%, we're at 12%. These are advanced. 14%, these are our proficient students, we're at 10%. Our nearing proficiency started at 23%, we're at 21% right now. Our RTI, 26%, now we're at 21%. And then our beginning step, 30%, and right now we're at 37%. With all of this data, the next screen I want to share with you how many of our student population is receiving services from special education. We did the percentages, and in kindergarten right now, we have 19%, okay, that receive services. If you looked at that chart there, the red, those are typically going to be the students in special education or the students that have multiple absences, okay? In first grade, we have 16% who are receiving special ed. Second grade, we have 14%. In third grade, we have 22%. Fourth grade, we have 14%. In fifth grade, we have 34% of students receiving special education services. Sixth grade, we have 48% of our student population receiving special education services. So we are making growth. In some areas slowly, but we are filling in those gaps. And that's why we need, we need more time to get this Amera. That's what's going to be mandated next year by the state. Our quality of education, I'm not saying that there's not room for improvement, because there's always room for improvement. And us as a staff, we need to work together with our leader over there. We got to come up with strategies, that we can work on. One very important one that I've already mentioned before at the last meeting, vertical alignment. We got to work on a lot of issues, and if we come together. I want to share with you 4th through 6th grade. This is IMASA. This is the state test that they take, okay? Here, we're showing you data for 2 years, and this one is mathematics. So for 24-25, grade 4, BOY, that stands for beginning of the year. So at the beginning of the year, we had 0% proficient. Middle of the year, okay, that's going to be like January, we had 0% proficient. EOY, that's your end of year, 20% proficient. So we went up 20%. This year, 25-26, 4th grade, BOY, again, at the beginning of the year, 0% proficient. MOY, middle of the year, we went up to 13%. Now here, EOY, end of year, this is just a projection that Miss Atkins made we haven't got the data yet. That should be coming in hopefully next week, Ms. Bailey. And then we'll be able to know what that actual number is. Hopefully it went up, but that's her prediction of what she made, her projection, okay? 24-25, this is for 5th grade. Beginning of the year, 0% proficiency. Middle, 0% proficiency. End of the year, 14% proficiency. This school year, 25-26, 5th grade, beginning, 0% proficiency. Middle, 15%. And then again, this is what she's predicting. She's saying that it's gonna go up to 30%. 24-25 for 6th grade, beginning of the year, we have 5% proficient. Middle of the year, 14% proficient, so we make gains. Now, for some reason, NA, I was told at the end of the school year last year that the counselor said these students did not have to test.
They were at the middle school.
Oh, okay, at the middle school, they were told that they did not have to test.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there, but there's no data, so I can't tell you if it went up or went down, okay? 25-26, that's this school year, 6th grade, BOY at the beginning of the year, 18%. Middle of the year, it went up to 33%. And then again, end of the year, this is going to be her projection at 48%. Next. And this is just all, it's just showing you all the grades, the 4, 5, 6 together. Reading, this is also 4th through 6th grade INASA, which is a state test. 24-25, grade 4, beginning of the year, we were at 6% proficient. Middle of the year, we went to 12%. End of the year, we went to 20%. This year, 25-26, 4th grade, we started with 24% proficiency. We went to the middle of the year of 34% proficient. And then again, this is her projection that we will meet 49%, okay? And we did go up 10% on that one. 24-25 for 5th grade, we started with 25 students at the beginning, or 25% proficient at the BOY. We went up to 38%, then we went down to 33%. 5th grade, this school year, we started at 12% BOY proficiency. We went up to 24%. And then, of course, this is gonna be her projection. So we wanna keep on going up. That's our goal. 24-25 for 6th grade. We started at the beginning of the year with 5% proficiency. At the middle of the year, we stayed at 5% proficiency. So we stayed, no growth, but we didn't decline either. And then end of the year, 5% as well. This year for 6th grade, we started at 22% proficiency. And then middle of the year, we went up to 37%. Now, this is awesome because Ms. Atkins' projection was 36% because she makes these projections at the beginning of the year. We made her projection at the middle of the year. We passed it. So hopefully the 6th graders will even pass, you know what I mean, way past that. And then again, this is going to be all 4, 5, and 6. Okay? So with all of that data, with all the considerations, you know, with the MERA being a new assessment, you know, giving us that time for the quality of ed, other considerations that we're asking the board to make before you make the final decision. This is the one that we just covered, how many students are receiving special education services. And then on the bottom, I just wanted to share that our neighbor, Las Vegas, they're not too far, they just moved to from a 5-day to a 4-day, just like us, okay? And then these are just quotes that were done, sort of similar to what Ms. Sally said. Superintendent John Maldonado noted that returning to a 5-day week would increase the district's budget by approximately $35,000 to $40,000 annually in the day yonder, and that was on October 16, 2025. And then the second one is board member Michael Cordova stated the extra day off gives parents and students an opportunity to schedule medical appointments and family time without pulling kids out of school. It also gives older students a chance to get a job or help their parents with family responsibilities. And he says it gives students and teachers some much time needed to decompress it, and that was in the Daily Yonder, October 16, 2025. So we're asking board members, before you make this really important decision, please, we need to look at quality, not quantity. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
I'd like to throw just one thing in there. Remember this intermediate group was part of COVID. When I had them in first grade, right after COVID, I had 26 students. So that was really, really difficult. So just kind of keep that in mind as well.
We need to go back to the other side. I'm upset, right?
It's up to you guys.
Thank you.
Exactly.
I wanted to note also that in your packet, we did also include that, we'd like to suggest a 2-year. Is that what you call it? We call it a 2-year calendar. 2-year calendar to be in effect, so that we don't have to get through this rigmarole every year, because it gets
Well, that's the.
it gets stretched. Because you can submit a 2-year.
We won't go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, there's also an extra added piece in there from the high school. I gave a little more like detailed information on the pros and cons.
I didn't have any data from the high school to share with you, otherwise I would have, but I did not have it.
No, probably.
I want to make a comment real quick. We did test last year for 6th grade. I don't know where the data is, but I helped test, so I don't know where it disappeared to. We did both. So I don't know where they disappeared to. April 8th, 9th, and 10th. And then no.
Second slide of this group. Cons of shorter day, effect quality of education.
Because if we go to a 5 day, our days are gonna be shorter, so we will be dismissing at 2:40 instead of 3:20. So that's gonna cut that day. Yeah, because see, right now we start at 7:55 and we go to 3:20. If we go to a 5 day, we are going to be dismissing at 2:40, correct? At 2:40. So we will not be in school till 3:20 anymore.
But you would also gain about 6 hours a week, about 2 hours a week, because you, by the time it adds up, because even if you add, we're getting out of school at 3:20, 3:25, so you take that 3:20, you go 2:40, you build in another day on that Friday, even if you only went to 1:30, you still would be coming out with the same additional amount of time. So your time would still be there. We still have to hit a certain number of hours.
The time would still be there, but what we like now about those 4 days, it's a longer day, but we have time, like a 90-minute block is awesome. You know, we have 90 minutes of uninterruption, you know what I mean? No interruptions at all. And that's where we can focus on our phonics, we can focus on our spelling, we can focus on our reading. 90 minutes writing. Then we have a 90-minute block of just math, and that's every day right now. No interruptions at all. And 5 day is of course it can work. You gotta pick the schedule, but not necessarily having those 90-minute blocks with no interruptions. Not necessarily having it for math and reading, having the 45 minutes of Spanish, the 35 science, and then the 30 minutes of RTI. That's another thing that's so important, to responsive intervention. You know, that's how you do your differentiation, and you work with those kids in small groups, so those levels are gonna go up. You know, I'm a teacher here at the table working with these 3 kids that are struggling. I get to have 30 minutes of every day with these kids. And so right now, that routine is consistent for those 4 days.
Yeah, and I was just saying, you're not gonna lose the time, so.
Yeah, the
don't-
time's
don't
gonna
look
be
at
there,
it
but
as-
we would have to
yeah.
play with the schedule because there's not gonna be enough time, you know, in the day to do all of that. So our blocks probably will cut a little bit smaller, or we might say, you know what, we don't have enough time for this every day, so we gotta move it to Friday. So the routine's not gonna be consistent, you know what I mean, for the students. Right now, it's consistent every day.
So I would say, you know, and I know we're not in approval at this point in time, Mr. President, but what I would say is if you consider the 4 day week, we look at how we can utilize Title II money, and we bring, where we're talking cross, you know, vertical alignment and these types of things. With a schedule where you're here till almost 4 o'clock on a daily basis, you're not gonna have that time to get to be able to sit. Where we make it that portion, and we are able to pay some of that Title II money out to staff to be able to come in and work on Fridays, work on vertical alignment and those types of things. I think when I looked at this presentation, one of the biggest things I see the concern is, we have a lot of those kids that are still in the beginning steps and the yellow steps, which is, you know, not quite getting there to that point. And what I would say is, we say RTI, you know, and now it's kind of gone to MLSS, which is multi-layered system support. And the point of that is sometimes with our kids that are in red, that are in program, the responses I get sometimes say, well, that's the SPED teacher that should be working with them on that. Well, when you have 44% of those kids in SPED, you can't get that whole. And so what we have to look at is how to build that time in. But I think that, you know, if you're looking at something like that and keeping that 4 day week, we definitely need to look at, we have money. We get about $20,000 a year in Title II money, and bringing staff in and saying, you know, we'll designate 2 days a month, something like that, to be able to work on those, you know, PLCs and those, you know, vertical alignments and those types of things, because you're not gonna get that common planning periods with each other. So you're not gonna have these third grade teachers working with these 4th grade teachers, and these kindergarten working with these first grade teachers on how do we align this and how do we make it work, unless you give some type of day and some type of time to that.
And then if there is money, you know, if the district does have money, another strategy or another thing that we could look into is hiring a reading interventionist teacher or math interventionist.
But you can't use Title II money for that. Yeah.
So we don't know budget.
Well, we don't know if there's funding, if there's other funding though that can bring that in.
As of right now, there's not.
No. And then do you guys understand vertical alignment?
I was just gonna
Okay, so let me elaborate.
explain that.
So vertical alignment, okay, just think of a line going up and down, vertical alignment. Kindergarten, remember I told you it starts at your foundation, okay? Those kids have to get a strong foundation in order to grow, to keep growing. Kinder, first and second are your most crucial because they have to get the reading in there. You need reading for every subject. So vertical alignment is making sure that kindergarten teachers are teaching those standards, and then first grade teachers are picking up those standards of what we're supposed to be doing. Third grade are supposed to be picking up, second, then third, then fourth. And that's where we cut those gaps in between, okay? And then PLCs are gonna be professional learning. So like, let's say I'm a second grade teacher, she's a first grade teacher. We need to meet and say, hey, you know what I mean?
What do you want these children to know when
I'm-
they get to you, or what?
Yeah, and I'm telling her, my kids are
Foundation.
struggling, you know, with place value. Okay, so then Connie needs to hit hard on place value standards because she's not covering them enough. And then,
That's really true, it's not happening.
yeah, no, but I'm serious, that's what vertical alignment is. That communication needs to be there among the staff. We need to meet and we need to analyze data. We need to look at standards. And that's how we're gonna show growth. That's what vertical alignment is. And that way, you know, by the time they get to third grade, you know, the reading should be there, the foundation, so that way in fourth and fifth, we shouldn't be seeing as many gaps as what we're having.
And we actually started that process with meeting with each other.
This
But,
year.
you know, we do it on a morning time or passing to the hall, or, you know, little things like that.
Before, after school.
After school, we met.
There's a lot of different ways and strategies that, you know, that we can do that, but we just have to come together and work with our leadership. And filling in the gaps.
And just know we're all invested.
Mr. President, the presentation was great. Thank you. Maybe just a suggestion for future when you're building the agendas, like even Taos County and for the calendar committee, instead of putting them on presentations, we could allow them to do their presentation under new business, so that way we can take action, you know, right away. Because if you, like, what I can see here is we have to go through this information again when it comes up for action, because we'll go through department reports and we'll have to refresh ourselves. So just for the future, it might be better.
Faster.
Well, and then that way it's, when we make a decision, we're fresh on
Yeah.
information we just been given.
Alright, we'll move on to next item, approve, amend, or disapprove administrative and department reports. First one up is Meetings.
Maintenance report, Mr. Darren Trujillo.
President, members of the board, hope you're all doing good. Any questions, comments? Can help you with?
Just say now, Darren, that we got Taos County, just make sure you guys stay together on the gym stuff in Costilla.
Yes.
Just make sure they keep you in the loop, so.
Okay.
No problem.
Nutrition.
Nutrition, I don't have a report for nutrition, I can kind of just fill you in where they're at. Continue to serve about 251 meals a day and lunch. Elementary serves about 120 some breakfasts, but then they only serve, at the high school, only serve about 18 breakfasts on a daily basis. We've continued to change menus and add new features and new items to the menu. Some we put back, some kids we said they don't like, and we take those off and move that way, so. They are at that point now though, that they're starting to do cook's choice to get rid of stuff that's in the fridge or the freezer before the end of the school year.
I don't know, maybe we should let's think of some sort of commitment to lunch menus. I don't know if students will want to get involved in trying to figure that out. I do know that one issue we have, and I don't know what we can do to fix it, because we brought it up for years, is when it is good or decent, the portions at the elementary can't be the same as the portions at the high school. You know what I mean? It's like feeding a kindergartner is different than feeding a senior.
Yeah, they're all based on that, and I do know that mainly at the elementary, there's a lot more kids that get seconds than there is at the high school level. I guess it's just the way it's prepared, and maybe that's what we need to do.
If you're only doing 18, are they still prepping for the 251?
No, they've cut down the number of preps that they've
What are
done.
they prepping for there?
Prepping for about 40 kids.
They're just not even because they're late.
Yeah.
Most of them, yeah.
What it is.
Most of them, they get there right up to the bell rings and they just straight to class. Sometimes if it's a grab and go, they'll grab it and take it. But most of the time it's
And what restricted us in the past that we've had to serve after the bell?
it's only at the elementary level.
Nothing up there anymore? Not even for the intermediate? So even for lunch, the seventh graders are in there with seniors in high school? No, we can do that.
Do it however you. There's nothing that prevents them from being in the same cafeteria at the same time.
It works.
Right?
Transportation.
Transportation record to Miss Joey Sabuda.
So you do have my report in front of you. Everything's continuing to run. Those trips are all planned and everybody's happy, I hope. We did have the bus inspections, April 16th, I believe it was. Our bus here was, our school bus was found out of compliance, and Mondo and Darren have taken care of that. I did reach out to the state, yeah, it's kind of funny, huh? So it's kind of funny. So I did reach out to the state, and he said as long as we don't use it, we can have them redo the fall inspection, and we're okay as long as we don't use it. Because it would have cost us probably about $600 to bring the inspector out just to recheck it. And so we reached out to the state, saved the school some money, and he said it's fine as long as it's red tagged. Obviously, it's the tag there.
What was wrong
It
with
was
The power steering, the pump is leaking on the steering. There was just a clamp on the bottom of the board. Just came loose and
Loose clamp, we just have to pressure wash it and we'll be good.
And so they'll, during fall inspection, they'll re-inspect it at that time. We did reach out to Tillery and to, is it Bluebird? Bluebird, right? Bluebird, because it's locked at 65 miles, 60 miles, and now it's not even 65. So when Eddie did take it and he took some students on there, he was like, what the heck's going on with this bus? Because it doesn't go any faster than 60. So we reached out to Bluebird, and they have to do the code and all that, so we're working on that now. I don't know if you have any other questions.
questions? Technology.
Technology, you do have his report in front of you. He is out sick. Just kind of some of his projects he's been working on.
It's gotten shorter.
Yes.
Are they wanting to sponsor a green line?
They are. they want to provide a camp, no cost to the student. It should have been in a different report, but yeah, that was something we had approached us with.
Next up is athletics.
Athletics, you do have his report in front of you. Cheer, he does have cheer in there. State championship in cheer. Awards or athletic banquet is scheduled for May 13th. Baseball is near the top of the district standings. I guess we've done this before. He did end up third in the district overall. Because they had split with Peñasco. McCurdy ended up the district champ. Working with several coaches over the summer programs, some tournaments, football, same thing, tournaments, basketball, some type of summer tournaments and travel. FFA sports, esports had finished. They had one finisher that we'll recognize at the next meeting that ended up third overall in his game, and so we did have a medal placer. And I think that's about all he has in here.
You know that we have track.
So kind of give you on track. We could go to state this weekend. I have 13 female athletes, and all 13 of our female athletes have qualified for state in one event or more. I have 5 left because one's injured. 5 boy athletes, and 3 out of those 5 have also qualified in one event or more. They have some that are multiple events, up to 5 events. A boy that's running 5 events, a girl that's running 5 events, or participating in 5 events, and another girl that's participating in 4 events. So good number of kids at the state track meet. It's good to see that. And the girls also did bring home a district championship. And with whopping 5 boys, we did not get last in the district. So I'm proud to say we still showed up and competed and did what we needed to do. So the weather was nasty, but our kids still got out there and competed.
Nobody scratched this thing.
Nobody scratched. You're right.
Any questions for athletics? 1, 2, well, Davista, sped principal,
I believe you have a report in front of you as well. We have still the same enrollment. We had our final sit visit with the state on April 9th. And this, we tied up everything. They also looked at 3 systems that we have been working on. From PD, they chose these systems. And they rated what the intermediate school, how we were looking. So transforming for system 1, and that was with our high quality instructional material. System 2 was engaging for our balance assessment, and system 3 for our PLCs engaging. Again, this is just for intermediate because we don't have those common preps and meeting whenever students or teachers can meet. All this will be posted on the PD website. Palms and Associates presented at Alta Vista on the 13th, and it was for all grades K through 6. It was on bullying. And I'm still trying to get in touch with Cuesta PD. We keep missing each other to do a follow-up presentation just for 4th through 6th grade. Working also on an SEL curriculum. And I know a lot of people are, well, SEL, that's talking about feelings and stuff, but it's not. With the state, it's self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, and social awareness. And we see that a lot, especially the follow-up with the bullying presentation, because a lot of the students did not know any of that self-awareness or self-management. So working with the school social worker, a lot of them are free through the website. That's all for elementary. The special ed, me and the SPED administrative assistant attended the Spring Directors Academy and I asked if she could go because next year we're gonna do state monitoring, and we're trying to prepare all of our IEPs for audit. We don't know who will be called for audits, if they're gonna do in person. They will let us know. So we're gonna do internal audits, making sure all files are in compliance and correct. So a lot of information that went over on that Directors Academy. And then we held a child find in conjunction with the NWREC2 for all of Taos County. And that was on the 25th of April. It was a big turnout. There was a lot of schools present. There was a lot of agencies present. It was held at the Don Fernando Hall. So we were represented there. Actually, Miss Vivian here made some cheesecakes and brownies. So culinary participated as well. Any questions?
We're not from prom.
The rating,
That's why, if we made them, they weren't.
Yeah, they were not for prom. I picked them up.
so what is the transforming and engaging rating?
So those are highest ratings that we can get. So I should have brought the whole form. Those are highest forms that are ratings that we can get at the school level, like where we're not barely what is the other word? We do it on our evaluations. Sorry, my mind went blank because I've been talking about calendar all day and synergy. But those are the highest ratings that we can get, so we are doing something
Exemplary?
right.
Exemplary.
Yeah, they're like exemplary. Thank you, Miss Naomi.
Welcome.
Any questions from the state?
Go ahead, sir. Do you have field day scheduled?
Yes,
When is it?
the 18th. It's on a Monday. And flyers will go home. Actually, they should have been printed today, but we wanted to make sure with one grade that they were okay with the kickball game.
Are they gonna be at the high school this year?
No, we'll hold Alta Vista here because I believe junior high and high school will hold field day a different day.
Same day or different day?
Different day.
Cause I'll tell you, it's terrible. That little space back there is not good.
We-
For years, we used to do it at the high school and it always worked out pretty good. It's a
So
big enough area for them and it's corralled in good enough. And back here, it's just full of prairie dog holes and
We,
rocks and dust.
We're filling them in.
we're filling them in, but we also did it on the 18th, so pre-K could attend, because pre-K graduation is on the 19th. And then after the 19th, they don't come back to school. Yeah, pre-K. And that was the date set. So,
So you have to stick with that date.
and moving forward, like, we want to do a yearly calendar so that we have these dates locked in and look at if we want to go back up to the high school. That way we have parents drop off and buses drop off there, make arrangements with cafeteria, because it's a long process to have our dates up there. Cosecha, that we had it up there, but we had to make plans with transportation and meals, and we have to really plan everything there. So this was where we're gonna have it. Miss Aliana came back and, oh, let's have it. Well, we gotta pick a day since you came back kind of late. Let's plan a date. And pre-K graduation, we want to include our littles as well. So we have to think around that time before they graduate and leave us. So that's the day that is most logical, and then we still have a field trip after that day.
So what's happening on the 18th of the high school?
I don't know.
Is anything
Nothing.
happening at the high school on the 18th? So, can we not move it up there?
As long as my kids are not involved.
Oh, no.
I don't want high school kids out there.
We could.
I mean, I don't care. on the facility side. I just don't want my kids out there. We need to be in school.
Cause what we could even do is if we didn't wanna use the track area, we wanted to just use the baseball field, we could just use the baseball field. We have,
Well, you need it there for the bathrooms.
not for the parties,
The little ones need the bathrooms.
not for the parties.
The little ones need-
No, we,
They won't go for
we can figure something out.
We'll make it look good. Don't worry.
Which one are you gonna make look good?
That one.
That one?
Everything.
I have full faith in you, Darren.
Yeah,
You're too risky.
Well, you should have seen them. They were filling prairie dog holes and behind them there were 3 big.
Coming
You gotta kill us.
Yeah.
For his capital request next time, I need a water truck now. That way you can hit that hole.
We have, people that help us out.
All right, high school principal.
Just have my report there. Let me know if you have any questions.
The attendance looks better. The esports, when you get this sheet.
In Madden.
Who was it?
I'll tell you later. I can't share it in the middle of it. Well, when we recognize.
Questions from you?
You got 24 seniors, everybody's gonna be good for graduation.
Everyone's gonna be good to graduate. We have one that is catching up that should be able to graduate. We have one that has chosen to not participate in the ceremony, but will graduate.
Just want to know.
Awesome. So you do have my report, kind of a little bit of a rundown. Did attend the Scholar Honor Banquet in Espanola on Sunday, about 2 weeks ago. It's nice to see our kids get recognized in that banquet. They also received a scholarship from both REC as well as Northern New Mexico. If they decided they're going to go to Northern New Mexico. It was open to seniors only. The criteria was they had to have been involved in at least one sport and one other NMAA sanctioned event, which could have been FFA, the Pro Start program, drama, any of that type of stuff. And so we will acknowledge those students at the next meeting as well. I attended prom for a little while. Thought it was pretty well ran. Everything seemed to go well. Kids enjoyed it. They had fun. Just continued actually just got back from Dallas yesterday. We did go meet with the bond rating. Moody's is the name of the company that does bond ratings, and so we went to go meet with them. Actually, it was a fairly good meeting. Got a lot of information that we're in a good place. Their initial rating was a little higher than what we expected, which is good. So we'll see what they come back with. Now we'll put in some of our input with that if they're coming back higher or lower, and we'll kind of see where that ends up. Unified application, I did have a couple of corrections that needed, and actually I haven't resubmitted it. I wanted to kind of wait and see which direction we went with this calendar before I submitted the Title II portion to see if we can put money aside to be able to pay staff to come in on those days if need be, and provide some more additional training if need be on for them as well. So once we kind of make that, I'll make those corrections and hopefully have it in by the end of the week. We had, out of the areas, I had two corrections that needed to be made, and Title II was one of the pieces. They just wanted more clarification on what we were gonna use the money for. Other one was Title III. I had put stipend for teachers that attend any type of training, and we can't provide them a stipend through Title III, so that would be Title II if I was gonna provide that. I can only pay for students and that type of stuff if they were attending, like the spelling bee, Spanish spelling bee and those types. I could have paid for that out of Title III money, but I can't pay staff out of that. Rehire letters did go out, which meets my 15-day prior to the end of the contract for staff guidelines, and so that they have gone out until the last working day to return those letters. Any letter not returned is considered a non-rehire. The staff member does assign it and take it, and at that point, if they do decide they're going to leave the district, they'd have to provide the district with a 30-day notice in that time. What else? Just still continuing working with master schedule, trying to get that going. See where we can work out the schedules. Possibility of using some staff from both the high school and the elementary school to kind of cover some of those classes, but how we develop that schedule. And lastly, still been working with the attorneys on both the land matters with both Red River as well as the Blue Building, as well as the village. And so just been working with them on a pretty much on a weekly basis and trying to get some headway on which direction that's gonna go sooner than later. Any questions?
Greenhouse?
Greenhouse, I have the guy ready to come out. Darren, I can kind of let you've been working with him a little bit more. Where he's at with the holdup right now is been the permits, correct?
Yeah, permits, but I also talked to him and he's, actually his crews are on a couple of other projects. So as soon as we get our stuff together here, and as long as everything works out, they'll come down and.
Who's the final cost of that?
38,000 something.
Alright, so hopefully by next year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's in the permitting. We first went to the state. They told us to kick it back to the county. We went back to the county. The county says absolutely the state has to be the one that signs off on the final permit. So we finally, hopefully, we have the right people in touch now, and we can get that final permit. Other piece is we also have to have an electrician and a plumber on hand, and so we just have been kind of trying to work those two gentlemen into the process of when they're available.
Go on to new business. Item A, discuss and possible action regarding resolution to consider the authorization and notice of sale and delegation of Festa Schools general obligation bonds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it okay if we hand out a presentation?
Yeah, sure.
So for the record, my name is Mark Valenzuela. I'm the managing principal of Policy Advisors. We have Linda Melendres, who's a bond attorney with Melendres and Melendres. And then, of course, our analysts, Nathaniel and Mason, who work with us at Bosque. So tonight, what's in front of you is action on a notice of bond sale. This is a first, this is the start of the process. State law requires this action to take place, and then it starts a 30-day clock to ensure that we allow the public to comment and see everything that's happening. So then after the 30 days, we can sell the bonds, and then close about another 30 days thereafter. So if I could take you to slide 2 very quickly, I'll be very brief. And then I'm gonna invite Mr. and Mrs. Melendres up to take you through, the document that's in front of you. So as the superintendent mentioned, we were in Dallas meeting with Moody's Investor Service, which is a bond rating agency. They rate the state of New Mexico for the New Mexico Credit Enhancement Program, which is, it's backing to school districts, meaning the school districts get to trade at a higher credit rating than their underlying rating. We will get the rating for Cuesta, and this is the first time that I've seen Cuesta get a rating in probably 20 years at least. We'll get that rating, not this Friday, but the following Friday. And I agree with the superintendent. It was an excellent presentation to the rating analyst, and the rating analyst commented that the district, from a financial perspective, is managed very well. From a governor's perspective, managed very well. And so I thought, I'm very positive. I don't want to go, get too over the line here, and then it, not be as strong. But I think it's going to be definitely an investment grade rating. It'll be strong, also with the backing of the state. So we'll look forward to getting that. The one other thing, and I submitted this to the superintendent, is a preliminary official statement. This will put you to bed, guaranteed, if you get through it all. It is a very long document. It is, this is what goes to investors. They read this and they decide whether they want to buy Cuesta bonds. And I'm going to tell you that most of this is finance and legal talk. And so some of those sections you can just review, but there is a lot of information here on the district itself. And what I like to disclose to all my clients is, this is your document. You hired us and the Melendres firm to prepare it for you. But ultimately it is your document. If you would, do us so kind as just to review it. If you see anything wrong, let us know. It's a factual document. We don't want to be in a place where we're misrepresenting who the district is to investors. And so if you would just look at that, I'd like to come back on your next meeting, and then just get you to, tell us we're good to go on this and approve it, and so we can send it to investors so that they have it with your full knowledge that it's out there. The next item is we've gotten everything prepared. The details that we're proposing to investors are in the document that you're going to be looking at today, which is called the notice of sale. And it delegates authority to the board president and the superintendent, so that when we go out and sell the bonds, if you're comfortable with the pricing, that you can sign off on that directly, and then we'll come back at a later board meeting and report it to the full board and to the public. So we're moving through that process now. We're anticipating we'd sell the bonds on June 9th. So if you have an interest in those, certainly tell your friends and family that they're going to be out there, or local banks. We know that the local banks are pretty interested in buying and supporting the school district. So the rest of this is just, we're going to start moving through that process. If we get your support this evening to approve the document in front of you. The other pages, we like to be really transparent about what this is going to cost and how it's going to work. And I know the last time we presented, we took you through numbers like this. On slide 3 is just an overview of how, if we sold these bonds today, this is what we think the pricing would have been. So it's fictitious, it's not real, it's just our best guess on where the market is. And so you can see how that lines up. This equates to about a 4% interest rate for a 20-year financing, which we think is fairly strong in this market. The other thing I wanted to mention, and I should have said it earlier, this market is very volatile. Like, one day we hear about, something happening in Iran and the market blows up. And then the next day it comes back down. It's all over the place. And so we're prepared for that. But I just want to prepare you for that if we end up in a day that's not good, we'll likely advise you to walk away from the deal and then come back another day. Because we don't want to put the district in a place where you're selling bonds on a day that nobody wants to buy bonds. So, and we'll be keeping an eye on that. The transparent part is all the fees that are associated. I know I talked to you about how bond investors right now are paying premium for school district bonds. In this scenario right here, again, it's just a representation of where we think the market would have been today. You would have sold $3.25 million of bonds and received $275,000 in bond premium. The benefit of that is it pays for all the costs associated with to sell these bonds rather than taking it out of what voters approved for you to sell. So, and you can see that we're disclosing what we think the fees would be. We're pretty good about knowing what the costs of issuance are. And then there will be an underwriter that will actually buy these bonds and do that, and they'll get paid a piece. And then there's a residual amount, about $160,000, that will go back into your payment fund for the debt to help make the bond payments. On slide 4 is just more transparency. It's the category of all the costs of issuance, like what we get paid, what the bond attorneys get paid, all the different, when we sell bonds, we have to go work through a bunch of, online systems to market it to investors, to put all the information out there. Investors all across the United States are going to be looking at these bonds to buy. So it's on a website that they can get access to, see everything that they want to see. But we have to pay some fees for that. And so I'm just kind of disclosing what we think those fees will be. It's about $5,000 for all those software and all the little things that you have to do, like ID numbers for the bonds, all these different things. So all in, you get to get a perspective on what all the costs are. The bond rating, you have to pay for that as well. And so these proceeds will help pay for that. So I'll stop there. If you have any questions about that presentation, I'm happy to answer them, and then I'll just turn it over to Mrs. Melendres and have her take you through the document that's in front of you. So.
Good. Good evening. My name is Linda Melendres, as Mark said, bond counsel for the district. And the resolution that you have in front of you is, as he said, the notice of sale and delegation of authority resolution. What that document has is basically the parameters of what the bonds will look like. It also has the form of the bond. It has the registrar paying agency agreement as the exhibit. And I think the bond form is in the exhibit form as well. But really what it is we went out, the district went out in November for these GEO bonds. It passed for a total amount of 13.5. Right now, we're doing a first tranche of it, which would be the 3.25 million. And that will allow for this first piece. This resolution is the first authorization for us to move forward, for us to go out to investors, and for us to allow for superintendent and board president to move forward on what that pricing looks like. So that's what's in front of you, that document today. If you have any further questions about the specifics, let me or Mark know. And we're happy to answer anything.
Mr. President, as you know, but for the public's sake, this is the first piece of funding that will be in place for the new school district plus study.
Any questions? No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, sir.
are you going to call for action?
Yes, sir. Entertain a motion to either approve or disapprove. notice of sale and delegation of Cuesta Schools GO bonds. Second. First and second. Any discussion? Roll call vote, sir.
Yes, sir. Member Romero,
Yes.
member Cisneros,
Yes.
and President Rayo.
Yes. Thank you guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for all the hard work tonight. Yeah. I mean, the motion. And on this one, it says the number. First and second. Next item is B, discuss and possible action regarding Taos County construction to the schools.
There you go. So you heard his presentation, what they're asking for is the ability to make basically change out the heating cooling system. We will continue to work with them on the gym situation, but that's basically what they're asking for.
Are they gonna provide a scope of work?
They should provide us a scope of work. Is what that should look like.
You said you had it, right?
Well, you know. Just kind of basic.
I would. For approval, what was the dollar amount?
Let me see if I think he sent me the scope, but let me see if they have a dollar.
is it in the packet, Ms. Jewel?
No, they didn't provide us anything else.
I don't wanna hold them up, but I think it would be nice.
Darren, did he provide you anything?
The Chris?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I don't have a dollar amount.
Okay. Well, entertain a motion to either approve or disapprove the Taos County construction to the Costilla site. Make a motion to approve within, scope of work. Before start. First and second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item C, discuss and possible action regarding the CBA ratification.
So you did have negotiations with, CBA. So we can go through them each one if you'd like.
Are there any additions or deletions?
They're not really additions, what they are is that they are updates to the, just to kind of read clear. So like your first article, Article 8, the work year, it kind of breaks down the number of days, the hours that the employees are to work. Nothing changed in there. They're still required. They still receive a 45-minute prep period and a 30-minute duty-free lunch. It talks about what their scope of work should look like. Addition to normal workday, licensed instructional, complete student assessments, lesson prep, creating parent conferences result in the extension of the normal workday. So it didn't really change anything there. They kind of broke it down hour-wise so that you kind of see, like this office should be open from about 7:30 in the morning to 5 o'clock. As long as they're working that 8-hour scope, it gives you that ability to kind of be a little bit flexible with that. So by having an employee that comes in at 7:30, then they would leave at 3:30, and so it kind of gives that ability to do that. Same with like your certified staff, you see that the time frame is pretty high in there. They work 7.25 hours, so they work from, it could be as early as 7:30 and as late as 5 o'clock. Same with security those. So what they did was they took it and they just broke it down into a table. Before it was just kind of all over the place. You have different work hours for different people, and so it just took that and it kind of broke that. Any questions on Article 8? And it did also put in there with like the subbing, what we do a lot is we use EAs to sub. And so now what we'll do is we'll look at those EAs that actually have sub license, and they would receive their additional pay for that subbing time. And what we've kind of come to the conclusion is what we would do is those EAs that actually have a sub license, just increasing their salary by about $500 a year, and that would cover that additional cost of what they would be doing.
What's your recommendation?
You want to go each one, or you want the recommendation on the whole?
There's a few.
There's a bunch. Yeah.
Okay.
So my recommendation, Article 8, would be for approval. Then moving into Article 11, which is your proposal, would be your proposal of leaves. There was a clause put in here that says, in the case where more than 20% of employees at each worksite request leave for the same day, the supervisor will approve leave in order to receive until 20% threshold is met. Administration may deny leave requests that are above the 20%. And we kind of looked at that because there's days that we might have 9 employees out, which is well above your 20% at each site. So it gives you that ability as an administrator to say, hey, I don't have coverage. Unless you're on your deathbed, you need to try to come into work today. And so those are the types of things that it kind of does there. It took out some of the not being able to call in the day before, like the day before a holiday or the day after a holiday, but that will give you that ability to kind of limit that to that 20% and no more than that. Everything else stayed the way it needed to stay there.
You have five days bereavement?
Yes, 5 days bereavement. And the reason I went to 5 was a while back, because that didn't change. The reason I went to 5 is because during COVID, there was times where if you lost somebody, they may not have a funeral until a month later or something like that. And so it gave you that ability to take like a couple of days when the person passed, but then to be able to come back after when the funeral actually happened and take the next couple of days. Any questions on Article 11?
So you get paid out your annual leave when you leave the district?
They have a longevity in play, yes, and
Yeah.
annual leave does get paid up to a certain amount of days, but they also, a couple of years back, put in that longevity incentive with the hope to keep people that plan on being in the district and retire from the district, that they wouldn't, and so, and that's why it says all employees who have 10 years of service with the district, but yeah, your annual leave does get paid out at a certain rate of a certain amount of days.
After 150 days.
Yes.
Article 12?
Article 12, the basic changes in there is just that administration will provide them with calendars. This year we ran into a little bit of an issue where some of our staff didn't do their PDPs and those types of things, and that's part of the evaluation system. And so that calendar gets released, and so what they asked for is that calendar be sent to them no later than September 15th, so that we make sure that everybody is in compliance with what needs to be done. October 1 is normally when your first PDP is done, and then from there you go a mid-year and an end year, same type like we do with our students with like testing. And so in order for that, also it gives them the staff the ability to see when they would plan an evaluation or when an evaluation would be done on them formally. So that's a simple, because like I said, that calendar is already released at this point in time. So we just got to make sure that that's sent to them by then. 15 is your safety. They would like a safety committee. We've had safety committees in the past, and they met real well at the beginning, and then they didn't. But part of the CBA is allowing them to be able to kind of build that. It would fall back on them to try to make sure that they have the right people on that safety committee and that they are able to sit down and meet. Yeah, it was Mike. I think it was just Mike. The only other one is D, an employee shall be the initial source of discipline of all students under supervision teacher, manage behaviors under the district discipline flow chart. And so that's basically coming back to that first step should always be classroom management. What do you do in the classroom? How do you prevent this from getting out further in the classroom? If it's not a handleable situation in the classroom, then of course it would go to the next level, which your administration would then be the next people that would help handle that. That's to help deviate so many kids from being taken out of class and pulled out of class. The other piece in that is just when they do get a referral to the office, that's E, they would like for that copy of that referral to be sent back to the teachers so that they know what happened with the students and what the consequences that goes with it. And then another one is the de-escalation. We have agreed that we would start the year off with the de-escalation training. I already have that scheduled for August 4th, which would be either calendar we run with, it would be one of our days that we would have PD days at the beginning, so de-escalation training will be done for our staff. Some of our staff will then go into further, which will actually go into CPI training, which will be your restraints. Any other questions on that one? On Article 15? So then Article 18 is compensation. Stipends, that's the big one, is just identifying those stipends, identifying what the amount is. In the next page, you do see the amounts of the different stipends that we do offer broken down into there, and so you do, when people are applying for those, they can understand what the stipend that they would expect. Nothing was additional to what we've already paid out. Some of those stipends are in there, we don't pay out any longer, or we don't have the position any longer, and so it's been there in case it ever came back, it would stay there. Now, like some of those stipends, like if you were to offer a bilingual position, a bilingual director position or an athletic director / coordinator to an administrator, then those would not fall under there, so you don't have to carry that same stipend, because administrative contracts are different than a teacher or a certified staff contract. And that was the only change in there.
Is it? Is this the same as what you're building on your budget committee? Is this what you have in right now?
Pretty much now.
Yeah, I'll say it the same. Because they haven't really changed.
So appendix A, does that schedule have to be approved in there? Or is this just information for us right now?
It's just information for you.
Because we can change these numbers.
Yeah, stipends can change at any time, so.
If you have it in there for approval, and if it's approved like that, I don't know if you can change that, but.
No, then you'd have to go back to bargaining.
So if we wanted to increase,
Yeah, if you wanted an increase.
So if you wanted to increase, you have to go back to bargaining. So you could approve with
We just leave it out.
leaving out appendix A and removing appendix A from Article 18 where it says the district and NMPD shall follow appendix A. Because NMPD doesn't follow appendix A, NMPD has their own, yeah. Like there's nothing that states that you have to give a junior class sponsor $500 in NMPD. So, yeah.
we could just put a clause that says that this would be the minimum.
Yeah, but as you build budget.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that we wouldn't be held by this.
Yeah, as you-
Budget, if we said we'd wanna go higher.
Well, you could put a clause in there that says based on budget approval. And then that would take care of that. Because if you come back to budget and you say, this is $20,000 right here, we're gonna reduce this or we're going to eliminate this to help into this area, then that's, It's not directly affecting the classroom. You're not affecting the classroom because you take away from the after-school mariachi sponsor or anything like that. So you could put that clause in there that says approved based on a budget. And that's the way a contract reads too. Our contracts read that way too, based on budget approval.
I just don't wanna be limited if we do find funding in the budget to say, hey, well, we wanna give a little more.
I think there's some that are gonna have to go up.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm guessing.
I'm not working on the, I don't know what you.
It's pretty
have
thin,
right now.
I'll tell you what, but, I mean, if there is wiggle room, I don't want to be limited by just this. Or if we say coaches at 4,000 and we come up with more money,
So
even if it's $50, it's
Yeah.
still better than.
So what you could do is you could say, if you're moving to approval, and I'm not telling you that's what you gotta do, you can move to approval and you can say that this is preliminary based on budget, and it could either increase or decrease based on the budget approval. But that would have to be stated in your motion.
When does this need to be done by? What's our date?
Soon as possible, but if you wanna push it out to the next one. Cause your budget's not gonna come through until June.
Yeah, they're gonna see one from the board.
We need shoot for the next meeting, if not, we had talked about calling the special.
Yeah, because the SCG portion has to be
To Amber.
to Amber from the state. I'm okay with it, I just think we should have a little look at that.
And when we negotiated, that was one of the conversations we had, is that this is gonna be based on budgetary pieces. Either direction we go.
Well, I mean, most of this stuff, it takes a lot of time and energy and effort from them to be sponsors and all that stuff, you know.
As the cost of everything increases, you know, we have to spend more of these. Even a $500 stipend this year is not what it was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
That's
You know,
true.
they needed it.
I like it if we find money to up it, then I'm all in favor.
So then, like I said, you could make a motion like that, and I would just let them know, and we could write it into that piece.
So now overall, what is your recommendation?
My recommendation would be for approval.
You guys wanna do it in full?
Yeah, well, it's listed as one item. Thoughts on move to approve?
Discussion? Gotcha. So you're gonna just approve it like that, or are you gonna make a motion to amend appendix A? Just depending on the.
No, I mean, so it's not gonna be able to go down from that based on your budget, but if we decide to increase, well, then I don't think we'll have a problem bringing it back to income.
First and a second. Roll call, Mr. Lee.
Member Romero,
Yes.
Member Cisneros,
Yes.
President Rayo.
Yes. Discuss and possible action regarding the 26-27 school.
So you do have two calendars proposed to you, sitting in front of you. You have the 4-day calendar you have the 5-day calendar, and then it shows, so you have an additional 27, 28 calendar if you wanted to approve 2 calendars in advance. So your total number of days in your 4-day calendar is 156. It says 155, but it's actually 156. That puts us and keeps us in the K-12 plus. Last year we generated about 110,000 additional dollars for those additional days. The 5-day calendar is only 180. 180 days, I believe. It might be 182. But in order to hit your K5 plus or K12 plus on that one, you would need 185 plus days. So you would not see that additional funding off of that calendar. If you wanted to add days, you definitely could add days to get it to that. But the first one of the 4-day is actually built already with the K12 plus built into it. Which one are you looking at? The yellows are gonna be off. Yeah, your beginning of the school year would be.
These are both 4 days. That's a 2-year.
Yeah.
That rolls into the 2028, it's all together.
Your start date would be August 5th. And we would have to go in and kind of build your. So you do see like on your holidays, they reduce some of the Monday holidays. But if they do have a Monday holiday, or for example, your November 3rd, which is election, they do go to school still 4 days a week, so they would go to school that Friday. In your 5-day week, you do have some little breaks built into there as well. So you do have your November 3rd, of course, but then in September you would have a Friday and a Monday off. January you would come back with the PD day on Monday, and then the kids would come back the 5th. February you have a Monday off the 15th. April you have another one of those little breaks, which you have a 16th and the 19th off. Your spring break would run the week of Holy Week, and then Easter Monday you would be off. And so that's kind of the way that was built. The 4-day week, your spring break would actually be the week prior to Holy Week. You would run it that week of the 20th, which would be that Easter Monday and through. Again, you can change holidays however you need to change holidays. If you wanted to push spring break back to be Holy Week and that Monday, you could always do that as well. You just have to find one additional day somewhere.
But so like on the, remember last year, the year before, also the Friday schools kind of make a week. Attendance, stuff like that. We had Friday schools before.
We've had Friday schools in the past, and, you know, I guess we can point it however we wanna point it, I guess I can take the blame on that one, but it wasn't very well structured, and so it was kind of a free-for-all, like, you know, like, honestly, I would rather miss school Monday and came to school on Friday, cause it was just a fun time. So, you know, highly recommended if you do go with the 4-day and you look at Friday schools for being used for attendance, makeup, those types of things. It needs to be well structured and it needs to have some structure behind it. It needs to have some expectations of what it's gonna look like. The hard part is that, you know, you have a high school student that misses on a Monday or Tuesday or behavioral issue and they're gonna come. They might be with the same teacher from 8 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon or 12 o'clock, and so we're gonna count that as a makeup time for them. But what we're also doing is that student that missed that day or had issues and wasn't, you know, in school, is they're gonna be with that same teacher. So if that's a math teacher, he or she may not be the best English teacher, and so I don't know if you can do math for 8 hours a day, or you can kind of make up everything from all those other classes. So you would have to really look at structure. I wouldn't recommend, like, you know, telling teachers, oh, leave them a packet to do, because again, that just kind of becomes busy work. Ultimately, we saw the presentation, we kind of saw, we know there's a lot of deficits in this district. We know that there's a lot of kids that need that additional support and that additional help. I don't know if you having the one person all day long is enough to do, but, you know, with the hopes is that maybe they didn't enjoy coming that Friday, so if you have a structure to it, they didn't enjoy coming that Friday, maybe then they won't miss that Monday or that Tuesday, and they'll come to, I can't predict how that will carry, because it's not, I know we did in the past, the kids enjoyed coming, because it was like, oh, I'm getting to make up that day that I missed, but I'm not really doing anything.
Ms. Naomi, on the parent-student contract at Euclid Elementary, have you seen that work somewhere else?
Yeah. I was a principal in Taos for 6 years. So-
Did you get the buy-in?
Well, that's what I was trying to, because we had the meeting and Mr. Maldonado expressed that Cuesta has planned the Fridays before, but like he said, it wasn't organized, it wasn't structured, it was more of just play. And so that's why in the PowerPoint, I specifically said, like behavioral issues, we don't want it to be play. We want it to be structured, so we want it to be tutoring, you know, for those reds and yellows and even possibly the tan. We want it to be like tutoring, not play, not babysitting, but actual tutoring in reading or math. Behavioral issues where they have to make a time. And then we would draw up a contract and have the student and the parent sign. You know, and you have SATs, you have student assistant team meetings where you address those absences. And then you can monitor with letters. You know, after a child misses 3 days, you know, they get a letter from the office. After 5 days, a letter, 10 days, and then you have a meeting. You know, at your SAT meeting, that's where you address it and say, you know, your child has already missed 10 days of school. If they continue doing that, then they will have to be attending those Fridays. We have the contract drawn out. The student will have to sign, the parent will have to sign. And then he also mentioned that board policy, you guys are looking at retaining the student if they miss so many days. You know, and that's something that you would bring up and say, you know, the policy has passed. If you meet, your child misses, 40 days of school, that's ridiculous. You know, your child will be retained. And so that's where you're gonna draw those parents in, you know, they sign it.
Yeah, I would say, you know, a parent contract definitely would be helpful, and it would work. problem and the portion that has to happen is the follow through has to happen. And it has to be followed through. If we're, you know, it's kind of like these empty promises that we make to these kids. Like, you know, I hear it all the time, like with field trips and stuff, and it's like, you're not going. And then here rolls the field trip around, and there they are going. And, you know, and I don't, you know, and I think that's the piece where the follow through has to happen with it. And if we're going to look at, if you guys decide, you know, we're gonna stick what we need to really put, what I don't want it just to be is that we sit in here today and have this conversation and say, we have to do something, we have to get kids in seats, we've heard that from staff. One of the biggest problems is seat time. These kids are not in their seats, these kids are, you know, everywhere else. Like, you know, half of the reason why, and I'll say it again, is that our test scores look the way they look is because you're teaching empty seats, and that's the truth behind it. But, you know, not also just empty seats, you're also teaching seats of some of these kids have made choices that they don't want to be in that classroom, and so they'll just get out of that classroom and they'll walk away. And that, you know, that's been a huge, we got with this, and it's fixable. And I tell you it's fixable because at the high school, we dealt with this last year and the year before and the year before that and the year before that. Oh, I don't like that teacher, so I'm gonna get on edge. And then all of a sudden, we have a live teacher teaching 7 kids, and we have edge teaching 27 kids. And so what ended up happening is then, you know, and once that was kind of put a stop to and that accountability was held, I don't know, you're not going to just leave that classroom because you don't like the teacher, you don't want to be in there. And we have seen a change in that this year. Now, have we got a grip on the attendance? Absolutely not. And, you know, we followed the 3-day letter, the 5-day letter, the 7-day letter, the 10-day letter. But again, accountability does fall back on parents. And, you know, and that's a big piece, but what can we do as a district to help support that? So whatever direction you guys decide that you're gonna move with that, the biggest piece in that is really working together on all aspects, because the one thing I don't always like is the pushback is, well, administration needs to figure this piece out. No, everybody needs to figure this piece out, because there is 3 administrators and there's 42 teachers. So we have to kind of come together and be able to work on how does this need to look together? What are our expectations? What are our things that we can work together? How do we build something together? Because I can't just ask, you know, the 2 principals and say, well, what's your plan? Have you developed it yet? And then it gets developed and we get the kickback and says, well, we didn't like that, so we're not going to do that. And so you have to have somewhat of a plan that kind of goes into it. You know, now I will agree 100% with Ms. Gomez. Just putting kids into a classroom a longer time, more days, more hours, more whatever, if you don't have any type of quality in it, then quality is not, then the quantity is not going to make a difference. You have to have quality. It's like anything. It's like athletics. You could have a coach that practices 6 hours a day, but if the kids just sit there and do absolutely nothing, it's not going to make a world of a difference. If they practice 6 hours, they practice an hour and a half, and they got in the work that needed to get done. So it falls back into that piece. You know, either calendar has its pros, has its cons. We know that. You know, I wouldn't say in the sense we've said it before, the appointment things, and I will touch on that too. I shared a report on staff attendance, and we have staff members that miss just as many days as students attendance, and so that's a big piece that we want to kind of look at and be able to say, so no, we're not just making appointments on Fridays, and I get it.
You know, the hard thing now is it's not just school districts that are figuring out. It's nice to be off Fridays because even the dentist office and a bunch of the they're not open.
They're not open on Fridays, yeah. And that's why you have some 4-day districts that have moved to being off on Mondays. And for that reason, they're being off on Mondays. You have some school districts that have moved and even got even crazier and been off on Wednesdays. And that they use Wednesdays as professional development days for staff and things like that. Money wise, it does not. I guess I quoted the yonder back in whenever that it was 30 to 40,000. I don't really recall that whole conversation because I don't remember ever even talking to the person. I don't know because I don't remember. Yeah, and so I don't remember ever really having that, but you know, at the end of the day, when I think we looked at 30,000, 40,000, we looked at like our electric, our utilities and those types of things. Mill costs don't change because we get funded for mills no matter what. Now they do change in the sense that once we spend what we spend, which we go over every year by about $80,000, then yes, it's gonna add in a little bit to that. Transportation costs do not change because routes are driven the exact same way. I absolutely agree. If it is a 4-day week that we stick with, then I think athletic schedules really need to reflect that. We need to push back on Friday games and Saturday games and those types, and I get it, we're at the mercy, but like this year, we played one sport and every game was played on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays and Thursdays, and it was, you know, we missed a lot of school during that time. And so I think that we really have to push back onto that piece. You know, we still work, so our lights are still on, and custodians are still working, so their lights are still on, so you're not really saving a heck of a lot on electricity. You know, heating.
Mr. Maldonado, you had mentioned staff attendance, that it has increased, but if there's a problem with staff attendance, shouldn't that be an issue that's addressed by administration, not by the calendar?
It is addressed by administration, and the response I can get back from that is, well, if they have the days, then there's nothing I can do to stop them from taking the days. So it has been addressed. I'm not saying that a 5-day calendar, again, but what I'm trying to say is we're pushing back and saying students. It's not just students, it's across the board.
Yeah, that's why I heard you say staff as well.
And so, you know, so saying that just because we did the 4-day is gonna change the ability for us to have, we'll still miss staff on Mondays, and we'll still miss staff on Fridays, and we'll still miss staff on Thursdays, and it's not gonna make that world of a difference on that end. It's not gonna change. We have to start looking at incentives that we can change, and that was the whole point of like that longevity incentive, was, well, man, if you're gonna stay here 10 years, try to save some of your days and get paid out when it's all said and done. But you know, I think we have to look past, you know, it just being, attendance is an issue. A 5-day week doesn't mean that you're gonna have a kid come 4 days a week anymore, or 5 days a week. He still might miss on a Monday, and he might miss on a Friday, and he still might only have that kid in school 3 days. That's where the policy kind of came into play. And, you know, I think it goes back to the quantity. You know, the quantity of it isn't gonna change the situation. We got to change the quality of the situation, and I think that the staff has some good ideas, but we also have to look at how do we utilize those ideas. You know, if it's that vertical alignment, I know it's working with saying let's work with administration, but as all staff, we need to come together and say what can my role be in this? How can I help with this? Because I dump enough on you, Diley. I don't know if that's a whole nother piece that you can figure out by yourself. Am I right in that piece?
Yeah, and I come with like the state, and I go back to staff like, let's figure this out. But even with less time during the day and a longer week, me personally looking at like having vertical alignment, I don't know if we'll be able to do it. I don't know if we'll be able to.
So if you were to have
go through all of this,
if you were to have 2 Fridays built into it that staff was to report, and you know, we can definitely look at money out of Title II. It may not have to be a whole day, and you could even break it up into 2-hour sessions or 4-hour sessions. Do you feel that would be enough time for you to be able to work with staff on vertical alignment?
Yeah. With that, yeah. Doing something like that. Yes.
Because I think that's the only way you can start to move the needle is if you have full buy-in. And, you know, and it's got to be full buy-in. It can't be partial buy-in, and it can't be, you know, yeah, we're going to do this, and then we don't do it. Because it's the same thing like with the Friday schools.
Mr. Maldonado, what about our our PD days. We have 8 PD days in the calendar. So what if we were to have professional development for half day the morning, and then your afternoon, we utilize it with.
Cause your PD days are broken up too far along, so you're gonna meet like in February, and then you're gonna meet again in April, and you're gonna meet. So, to me, if you're gonna go a full vertical alignment, and you're gonna start looking at the scaffolding and those pieces, you would have to meet probably on a weekly to a bi-weekly basis to make sure that those are able to be done.
And what about our preps? Why can't we utilize our preps and?
Because preps,
teachers
there's no way to build your prep where you would have like a 3rd grade teacher that could meet with a 4th grade teacher, because the way you have those preps built into there, you're sharing pretty much the same teacher. So if you have 2 teachers that are teaching the same grade level, basically all you're doing is splitting those kids. One's going to art, one's going to PE. So those 2 teachers could work together, which supposedly that's the way it's supposed to be working, but you wouldn't have that cross alignment. You wouldn't be able to look and say, I want my kindergarten teacher to work with my 1st grade teacher.
So we have 2 PD days at the beginning of the year, correct? Start at the beginning of the year. So why can't we utilize those days or half days or one day to start looking at standards and data?
Oh, we can definitely do that, but I think that
And then we can utilize the other Friday that comes in throughout the year and then meet again, because when you're analyzing data, you need to do it throughout the year, not just.
Well, that's what I'm getting to. That's what I'm saying.
But that would be a good start.
So looking at PD days spread out sporadically throughout the year is not enough. So you would definitely have to look at some type of Fridays to be able to do. I think that it's ideally the only way that you can actually build in those areas.
Yeah, but the only reason I ask is because every year we put a 4-day. We're gonna do this on the Friday. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. I haven't seen any follow through. Me personally, I haven't. So that's the whole reason why I asked for a 5-day as well. I mean, last year we wanted to see one anyway. So we made one anyway just so we could see what it would look like. But like I say, when it comes to the Friday, I get it. There's appointments, people, specialists, stuff like that. I get it. But I've never seen an actual Friday follow through. It's always been a kickback. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it.
And I can't really answer that, Mr. Romero, because I'm not the principal.
No, I mean,
I can't.
I'm not.
I'm not.
Yeah, this is just what we hear.
It's
nothing ever. I don't ever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's just a conversation,
Spot.
and what I would say is it's a conversation, but it has some truth behind it, because I know that when we tried to do the stuff with Twirl and bring in staff, I ended up paying educational assistants to run the Friday stuff. And when asked employees, and the emails were sent out to all employees, it wasn't just sent out to certain people, the responses I got back is not able to do that, can't do that, not gonna do that. And I think that's where the push has to come back to it, is if we're gonna do this, then it has to be done, and it has to be done correctly. Yes, Las Vegas City Schools did move to a 4-day week, but if you also look, they also have PD days every other Friday built into their 4-day week. And so that was one of the pieces that when I talked with her, that she says, it's the only way that we can start gaining some ground here, because we are just plateaued and we're stuck where we're at. So, ultimately, like I said, 4-day, 5-day, the biggest thing is if we're here for the right reasons, which are the kids, then we need to find ways to help build on these kids' experiences and education, and that's the thing. And I get it. Sometimes we have, and I get it. If we have 8 Fridays or 10 Fridays built into here that are Fridays that we will pay additional. That's not a problem. I will pull out a Title II and pay an additional. But it's the same with PDs. My attendance on PDs is horrible. It's horrible. I have at least 10 employees that take off on a PD Friday. And so those are the pieces that I think we have to take into account. If you want these guys to come back and say, we are completely behind your 4-day week, we are completely supporting what you're doing, then we have to all step into it too and say, well, what can we do? How can we work harder? How can we do more for the district, and not just look at the Friday as being, well, I got me a 3-day weekend every week. And that's what we want to get away from. And, and I get it. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to get frustrated, but I see the same data that they see. And I see it, and when I'm getting these calls from the state telling me, what are you gonna do to improve your reading scores? What are you gonna do to improve your math scores? I'm in the middle of working on our ed plan, and I'm like, I guess I should just be realistic and say we're gonna try to gain 1%, and one kid we're gonna get above that threshold, because that's where we're sitting right now. And no, I'm not saying the calendar is the 4-day to the 5-day. If we don't put the quality into it, then it doesn't matter if it was a 2-day calendar or a 7-day calendar. It's gonna be the same thing, and that's where we have to be.
Sorry, Julie, can you print one of these on white paper for me? I can't see.
Sorry, I didn't see it.
Okay.
The 5-day one? I didn't see. Oh, it's on the computer. I had a green, but I can't see. It's kind of what I was looking at. These two like that.
I know when I ran for the board, that was the question that was asked of me by multiple teachers, was, are you gonna support the 4-day or 5-day? And I said, as long as the 4-day is producing results that we're seeing improvement, I have no issue with that. None. But if we're just status quo and we're not seeing gains, then we gotta do something different, because what we keep doing is, it's insanity of the exact definition. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. That doesn't happen. So when we do look at the data, and I ask him for it all the time, so I can see what we're doing, where we're at, and where we're going, because the numbers matter. They do. And the numbers don't lie. That's the other part about it. So when we ask about student attendance, that's why it got brought to tighten up our policy on attendance. And I said, well, let me see staff attendance too, because it's one don't work without the other, right? The staff wasn't much better than what they.
But that was only high school.
Yeah, it was only the high school, but even at that facility, it wasn't great.
Well,
So
it's worse than the one we put on the report for students to do.
yeah. So when we look at both sides of the coin, right? Because I wholly agree with you guys that you have specialists, and you really do have to schedule months. And my kid's appointment, I just say, hey, when you tell me to be here, I'll show up, because we're not gonna get another. It's hard, and you travel time, and you're not just appointments here, there's other kiddos that have gotta go to gym and stay a few days over there. And I'm not unsympathetic to that at all. I mean, you're gonna have to, you do what you're gonna have to do for your kids, one way or the other. That's the fact of it. We're all parents. We'll move mountains if we have to for our kids. You know, the frustration that I see is when we're looking at the data on it, we're looking at the numbers, and I thank you for putting that presentation on, because it at least shows we're getting some gains, or we're seeing some improvement. When the last one came out, we were what, 78? 78 out of 80 schools where we ranked with our scores. That's what kind of makes me think, well, what? We're still doing the same thing over and over, and we haven't made any improvement. Ms. Daly said those scores were from, those were what, two years ago scores, not reflecting the actual gains that we've seen in the district over the last year. So, I mean, I take that into consideration as well, but it gets really frustrating when we're trying to move the bar, and we look at it, at least I don't just take one side or the other. He's a superintendent, we give him direction, we don't have the ability to do that with you guys. So basically, whenever we have interaction, it's because of the calendar when it comes to staff, right?
And we had started off well, remember, meeting?
Mm-hmm.
And then that stopped as well.
Yeah, so it's like.
That was really nice, we liked that, for sure.
And it was good to have that input, But then it was just like, well, only one teacher will show up. It started good and then, well, I think the dialogue was kind of lost because it was like, well, we brought our concerns to you, but it didn't go nowhere. It was just, the result never ended in what we expected or what we wanted to happen. So it's like, well, the board, I don't know, I get frustrated because I said, well, we're here to drive policy and student outcome from the policy side of the board, because the only employee we have is sitting right there, right? So we give the direction there, but how it filters down to you guys, it seems to be a little different sometimes. And I'm not taking shots at nobody, because everybody's busy, and trust me, when you work in a big organization, it's hard to juggle everything. It's definitely a lot. It's a lot for superintendent, it's a lot for administrators, and then it comes down to frustration when you're the teacher. Because they're like, well, I have all these great ideas, but man, I just don't got the time to implement them because I'm busy doing my teaching stuff. Or what I heard maybe 2 weeks ago, we don't feel supported. Well, okay, but what does that translate to us? Like, what do you need? Do you need more EAs? Do we need to hire more staff? That kind of thing. We did pretty good supporting the high school with the needs that they asked for, but I don't know that the equity filtered across down to elementary school. So we said, well, we'll try this, see how that works, and then if it didn't work over here, you got to think outside the box, right, to try and make sure that all the staff will support it, because it's not just, we're all together, like you said, from the board to the admin to the teachers. Our whole goal here is student achievement and student outcome. Well, that's my opinion, but it's like, I wonder, we have student athletes that miss a lot of seat time, but they come out okay with A's and B's and still honor society.
I was gonna get
So
you
we're
on that. It's like, honestly, I don't agree with the test scores, because I think if you really wanted to make an impact on the student academically, we need to get rid of the Chromebooks and all of the online devices. Because the only way, and I know I have student athletes, the only way that they get those outcomes is because technology pretty much does it for them. Well, they don't actually learn anything. They learn how to navigate things, but they don't actually retain it. And I think my job up here, or I think the board's first job is, the first concern we have is student safety. And then after that, we need to make sure they're fed well. And I gotta say, for you ladies and for everybody here, all the years that my kids have gone to school, that's been the most important thing for me. That's why they come to Quest us, because I know the ladies and the individuals that are around, and I feel comfortable my kids are there. I think a lot of the outcomes and the bubbles and the numbers and all the little blocks, you have to pay attention to them. We can't make every decision based on them, because this is what the fad is right now. But we're into a term of, I don't know who's the Fed secretary now. What's his name? Nobody knows. How many come, and then they come in and things change and the systems change. And then it's like, oh, it ended good on a brand new system. They get locked out every 5 minutes you try to, and my kids say, well, I talk and it doesn't say anything, it doesn't hear me. What kind of test is that? No, I mean, it's like,
That's just one data point.
For me here,
But you can't go back to paper and pencil because the state says this is what you have to do in order to.
But actually in California, they're going back to paper and pencil. They're eliminating.
I would agree.
And that's why I have this.
I would agree with you 100%.
So when it comes time for us to improve Chromebooks and we're gonna improve new curriculum and stuff like that, that's the time when we need to make a hard decision. We could take the kids back that direction.
Well, and like,
I
and
think
like
there's,
this, Naomi had said too, you know, when you're looking at, you know, when you're looking at the kids with, that are in the sped category, they have no choice, they're taking the same test. They're taking the same exact test. It's not modified for them, you know, so it does
So the other thing I was,
reflect some of that
some of that stuff, you think
data.
that, you know, some of those things are starting to be abused. That, you know, like instead of really dealing with an individual, they just kind of put them into programs so that way,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Is that happening here? 'Cause that's a high percent.
It is happening here, and we've started looking at ways to address that. You know, we paid a lot of money for a program which I get a report on, and it gets used seldomly. And so, you know, we've had conversation of how we eliminate, because you're about to be up for Chromebooks, and we've talked about that. You know, having enough for testing purposes and really only testing purposes. We've had that conversation, which will cut down. The other piece, and that is that these Chromebooks are lasting us about 2 to 3 years. So every 2 to 3 years, you're spending $500,000. You'll spend over $1 million in well, maybe not that much, about 250,000. But in 10 years, you're going to spend $1 million in Chromebooks. And so we've had that conversation of how those need to start looking and what those actually should look like. The other piece in that is again, like, you know, just the destruction of the Chromebooks. Those things are not cheap to send back to get repaired, and those types of things. When they're under warranty, hey, it's fine and dandy. But when they're not under warranty, they're starting to cost the district a good penny. And so I think that those are the pieces that I've been working with our tech people on. What could this look like? How many would I need to do if I was going to share between kindergarten and first grade? How many would I need if I was going to share that are only used for those purposes? Because you're exactly right. You know, what happens is, and I've seen it, doing walkthroughs through classrooms, I've seen it. These kids have 2 or 3 tabs open, and yeah, they're on one of them, but then once you walk away, they're clicking on the next tab and they're on something different. Not as much in elementary, but your middle school and your high school, that's what you see a lot of.
For your upper elementary.
And yeah, and your upper elementary. You know, so at the end of the day, you're exactly right. I agree, and I think that has nothing to do with the calendar. But you know, we also need to. It needs to be that
Well,
engaged.
I think it got a bit hijacked that, you know, 4 or 5 is, we need to make that decision based on those outcomes. So it is relevant to it.
And you know, and I will say, Jason and President Rayo, I agree 100%. We can't just look at test scores. Test scores aren't the only pieces in the whole thing. There's more to that piece. And yes, you know, we are no different than a lot of districts in our general area. And you know, our special programs population is high, and it's just kind of, you know, and I know everybody attests and says, oh, it's the COVID kids, but at some point in time, we have to move past that. You know, we want to put these kids out. You know, we both are personally invested in this. I have COVID kids, you have COVID kids, and the last thing that I want is my kid not to be employable because we've used that as an excuse from here to there. But at the end of the day, I also want my kid to be employable because he got a good, solid, quality education. And, you know, and that's the piece I always say, you know, whatever calendar we go, all I ask is that we really intensify that rigor, intensify that drive, intensify that piece. You know, if we were looking at a 4 and we go the Friday stuff, we have a well-developed plan of what Friday school is going to look like. Not, you know, oh, you come Friday and you missed or you whatever, and you're going to pick up trash all day long. Like, that's not a makeup for whatever happened in class during that week. And so, you know, we really need to intensify what that looks like. If you stick to the 5 days, then I would say, you know, with that 5 day, you really still, the rigor still has to be there. The intensity has to be there. Yeah, we have the fun classes that we attend, but we also need to make sure those reading blocks are reading blocks and those math blocks are math blocks, and we're doing what needs to happen in that during that time. Same with our bilingual. You know, we don't really have students walking out with any type of bilingual, you know, they're not, none of them are fluent in any of it, and that's the part that we have to start looking. How do we intensify that piece of it? What do we do to intensify that?
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Just like looking and thinking about Fridays, I think something that maybe got glossed over is when we look at Friday school attendance, because we did have some Fridays this year, student attendance is like in the gutter. We have, 300 students who are used to not coming on Fridays. I think if we introduce that, I don't think it's gonna improve our attendance numbers. I think it'll only drop them.
Regardless of which day you choose, attendance is definitely an issue here. I mean, you gotta look at something to improve it.
So with our littles, it's basically stems from the parents because they can't take themselves to school. They can't, it's kind of, they go with what the parents do. If the parents gonna get them to school, because we do have a lot more attendance, I think, positive attendance at the elementary level. Then we have those, like couple of students that, are out for a week or out for 2 days out of the week. But for the most part, the little ones come because the parents bring them, I don't know, high school.
Can I say something? My first year at this high school here, and it's been a good experience, but 25 years of teaching, I have never had attendance this bad. Attendance at the high school is the first thing you need to fix. The 5-day calendar isn't gonna do anything before that. I think it's gonna make it worse. Because we also have smaller classes than you. So I got 13 kids in my class and I'm missing 3 kids. I have to make a decision. Am I gonna teach something new? Or do I spend this day on catching people up and reviewing things, but we're not really gonna introduce something new? If I'm missing 4, I'm probably not teaching. And those days happen way too many times. And on Fridays, that's gonna get worse.
That is in the high school, and correct me if I'm wrong, John, but a lot of that is scheduling problems with athletics.
Yeah, it's a big
Because we're
percentage.
probably like 70-80% participation in high school. And it's like, if you
matters.
have a child that's, for example, a female that's gonna play basketball and volleyball, or when those sports intertwine, they're lucky if they make it 1 or 2 days a week. And it happens a lot. And that's been the thing since we were a 5-day, because we never met away from classroom. I don't think nobody really does.
But it's not necessarily the high school athletes that are giving me, making me worried about how do I get to teach them. It's really not the athletes, because the athletes have an incentive to be in school.
Well,
Have a
they
little
make
bit.
sure they make it up and
Right,
make it
and
work.
so that's not the attendance I'm most worried about. I mean, I have an average class attendance this semester where the average missed days is 13 already. This semester, that's 3 weeks. Are you kidding me? That's the average in the class.
I have that for 9 weeks.
And I think
That's impossible.
this year we actually implemented the letters where we had a meeting with first grade and second grade and students that keep missing school. So we had Ms. Diley draft the letter, modified it, sent it out and said, okay, we're suggesting that your child get retainment, stay in the grade again because of multiple absences. And so the first year it's up to the parents, the second year it's up to the school, that you have to have that documentation from the parent, whether it's yes or no, and you gotta keep it on file because those aren't there. And so like this year, I had 2, one said yes, one parent agreed with me, said absolutely, the second one didn't. So I had parents sign it, even though the parent said no, because next year, when that teacher gets this child and she's struggling, that will stay there, and at least the teacher can use that to say, hey, it's up to us now. And so at least we did that this year. To help us a
With
little bit.
attendance, you used to get a letter, it would go to CYFD.
Now
And then
see,
from there, it
yeah,
would come
it's
from
back
law
up.
enforcement to, and the mountain to.
Yeah.
You think the attendance policy that's in place now, or that
the
has
one we
been approved,
did,
do you think it's going to help? I haven't seen it.
I think
I
so,
don't know.
I think, we tightened it up.
But I think like most things, the athletes will have to navigate that. But I don't know if it'll make a difference for some, you know what I mean?
Well, it's back to what I said earlier. I said accountability piece. It has to be that accountability. If you have these students that are missing at the high school, middle school level, missing 10 days, well, high school especially missing 10 days, then we have to live up to that piece that they either on those Fridays where it's a meaningful Friday, or they do not get credit for that class for that semester, and that might be the way that you start at the elementary level. We're gonna have to start retaining these kids. It's not a question of, it's a question of when we need to start doing this, because at the end of the day, it's that accountability. We have to hold accountability purposes, and that's where, like, in part of it, like even in policy, those contacts need to be made. I can't have everybody saying, well, that's not my job, that's the principal's job to make that contact. We have to all play that part and say, let's make contact with this parent, let's make contact, this kid's already been out 4 days and it's ready only the 3rd week of school. Let's make contact and see what we do to bring them in. Let's set that contract up and let's go that route. It's gotta be accountability. It's like anything else,
So maybe Mr. Maldonado, maybe administration can, or maybe there should be a list of protocol made and given out to staff and say, okay, this is the protocol for absences. And, we all sign on it, off of on it, the staff, but give us a list with something in writing on paper, and that way we're all in the same, working together.
And that goes along with sending work home. I mean, we don't know how much is done by the child and how much is done by the parent or whoever's helping.
I can't do the math you're teaching.
But you know what I mean, so there has to be like
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
It'll be,
no promise you there.
it's all good to send it home, but are they actually getting the instruction at home?
They're not getting the instruction, because that comes from.
Has CYFD ever been involved, Mr. Maldonado? I'm just curious.
most of the time what they'll tell us is that it's not under high priority, and so they'll get to it when they get to it.
I know that, but it shows that children in there,
They're gonna,
because they're not doing good at all.
yeah,
So they're-
it's a mess there.
Yeah, child welfare, we're last in the state and area of the country in child welfare too, so, to rely on them, it's just like I said, when we, the comments of it takes a village to raise a child, you're right, and that's where we all have to step in to say, how can we do this? And if it's, I know you can't save every one of them, but if we can find ways, instead of saying, well, administration do this, administration do that, like I said, I try to help Diley as much as possible, but there's times that it's like I'm overwhelmed with it too. It's like, well, where does everybody else fall into this place? I'm one person, she's one person, Mr. Miller's one person, and so it takes everybody to kind of say, you know what, I'll step in, I'll make that phone call for you, or I'll sit down with you, we can help draft letters or do what we need to do. We can't just rely on one person to come in and say, I'm going to do everything for you, and once I get that, because we sign a lot of documents and we don't always live up to those documents that are signed, and it's the same with policy. Like, I can sit back and look at policy and say, I probably violated that policy about 10 times at this point in time because I haven't followed it myself, or I haven't had this followed or whatever, and so we just all have to look at it and look at what we can all do and support the district, not just support, ourselves, but how do we support the district in this situation?
I think it's also easier with a self-contained class, because like if one of my students is out the first day, I'm like, okay, but if they're gone the second day, I'll reach out to parents. But it's easier because I have them all day long, you know what I mean? So I know when they're there, if they're there half day, if they're there quarter day, if they're there, for an hour. I know that. So
We're all self-contained.
Yeah, but you reach out to your parents whenever, see?
But that's what I'm saying.
It's a
There
lot
has to be
easier
some kind of protocol.
Then
Where
high school class.
you're given to us, it's in our teacher handbook. And it's like, and if we're not following protocol, that's what the principal says, okay, you're gonna have a verbal warning, second time, you get written up. I don't know. Either way though, Mr. Rael, something, has to definitely be done, because attendance is just.
And Mr.
Truancy
Maldonado is right, we
officer in
have
the
to go
past.
together.
Truancy officer. But Friday school probably isn't, like, having 5-day week is probably not it.
I think, at the end of the day, I was not even open to a 5-day because we've hashed this out every year since I've been on the board, but we always asked it to be presented just to see what it will look like if we changed, and I think at least for me, like I said earlier, if we keep doing the same thing over and over, and we're not making leaps and bounds, we're getting by. And we continue to just keep getting by. And like, I understand it's attendance is bad, which affects student outcome. You know, and we're sitting up here at these meetings thinking, what can we do to change this? Do we add another day to the calendar? Most teachers across the state are saying, no, don't even think about it. Don't go there. We need that extra day off. The kids are tired by the time their fourth day, if they're in class all 4 days. You know, you have appointments, you got things, and it's kind of become already a culture. You know,
Mr. Real, if it were to move to a five day, what do you see that's gonna be done differently?
Well, that's what I was getting at. The reason we asked for it is because what are we doing on the Friday anyway? Because we've already more than once hashed this over to say, okay, if your kid is already at a C level or a D, then they need to come in on Friday and at least get some extra instruction. Or if elementary say they're not, this is what I don't understand. You could get A's and B's on your report cards, because I've gotten those. And then we say, well, look at the state testing, and I look at that, and I'm like, they don't even, we're not even meeting the standard, you know, so I'm like, well, how does my kid get A's and B's, but yet the testing comes, and I've seen it, written tests, I've seen time tests, he's an IEP, so now let's see what we can do for
That's the thing.
better, you know.
Some grades are modified.
Yeah, and
So we have to follow that.
yeah, I know, and I get it, and I appreciate it, but then I'm like, well, okay, A's and B's, but then.
But C's are average, C's are good. C's are average.
No, I'm just saying.
We can't say that we,
C's average, A's and B's, and I'm getting A's, B's, and C's, and I've seen a D twice, I think, that I've gotten report cards with this kiddo in math. And but then when the state testing comes, they're not even anywhere close to being proficient for their grade level, right?
I think that's with the rigor, like what we talked
You know,
about,
so-
Mr. Maldonado.
So I get it. If you can help me.
So like the grades are subjective because especially a kid on an IEP, they're not doing the same work as
Exactly.
everyone else. It's modified
Yeah.
to meet their needs.
It was
So
Miss
that doesn't
Mariquita.
necessarily mean that it's correlating to
Miss
what's
Mariquita
tested.
told me, yeah, but I see the kid from the start of the school year and I see the improvement they make throughout the year.
But I think that's the issue with the state testing is they're receiving modifications in their schoolwork, but they're not receiving those modifications in the state testing.
So
so
it's not matching up.
The whole educational system in New Mexico is trash. All the way up there. And then they figure it, I'll just say it, I don't like the PG at all. I think we can all agree on that, right? Yeah. You know, it just is.
I'm a special education teacher at the high school and I do the 9th, 10th, 11th to 12th. And just today I had a kid, he was doing NWEA, it's a short cycle assessment for the district. So this kid is in a modified pathway, which means he is in a 10th grade level, but he is taking a different class. He is supposed to take geometry, but then he is in a modified pathway, so he is taking a different math level, which is on his level. So like when he takes, let's say for example, PSAT, since he is 10th grade, he is taking that test, but is not learning it because he's in a modified option. So like today, I can read it for him, but then he was like, so he's like, and I don't think he could pass it because he didn't take those classes or those lessons or those concepts. But I just told him, just do your best because this is the testing that you need to do. It's the end of the year testing, so you just have to do it. But I mean, the test course, like what Mr. John said, it's more than that. So I think it's also affected. in terms of the testers for the district, for the kids.
Yeah, my kid, he gets a modified assignment, but I get frustrated too, just like most parents, I imagine. Okay, you only have to learn 5 of your spelling words. There's 10 of them out there. I only have to do 5. I don't have to do this. No, kid. This is what you're responsible for, but that don't mean you can learn to spell 3 more words proficiently. Like, if we sit down with them and have them write them out, and tears and everything else come out, but at the end of the day, we're trying to do the best we can for your kid, you know. But it doesn't reflect, you know, when it comes to the state testing. And like Juan alluded to earlier, I get it, all the bubbles and matrix and all that stuff. I take into account what Ms. Marquita told me about, hey, I know this kid probably got a B because or an A, whatever, they did the work and I seen the improvement. We're not exactly where we want to be, but they worked their little butts off to get here. So they deserve some credit for that too, right?
I have a student that like probably been out, I'm gonna say close to 17 days, this 9 weeks. And you know, probably through no fault of his own. But when he comes to school, he works hard. He may not be making the gains that he needs to be because he's missing a lot, but what he gets when he's here, he goes with it. So I can just imagine how much more or how much higher he would be if he was here.
Consistently.
He'll miss a whole weekend.
Attendance is
I let a kid go, like we had discussions last year. One of my kids went to 2nd grade with 42 absences and another kid went with 35 absences. And we had discussions with parents and they would not hold them. So we don't have a policy to keep them right now. So when we look at attendance, you have to look at the repeats because the repeats are going to show you numbers that are 20s, 30s, 40s days. That's a whole quarter. They've missed the whole school year. How are we going to get them out of the red? It's impossible. And
really,
it's always the repeat ones.
And really, Mr. President and the school board, right? The problem isn't the accountability. Like you just said, Jason, you sit with your kid, tears coming out at the end of the day. I do the same thing for my kids. But it's a lot of parents that don't, right? There's a lot of parents that aren't invested in their child's education like they should be. And that's of no fault of the child, but rather of the parent, right? And so considering moving to a 4-day, what is the benefit of it in that the parents aren't holding themselves accountable in helping with homework or whatever it is. Now we're going to make them, trying to keep them accountable to bringing the kids to school an extra day when there's, you know, they're not getting the help anyways, right? When we're looking at statewide assessments, right, we're looking at it as a whole. So as we sit here, and yeah, we're not meeting the metrics that we should be meeting, but why, right? How many parents are sitting with their children? How many students are actually putting that forth and applying that to their test, one, but then two, on the flip side, right, we talked about IEPs and that sort of thing. And so when we look at a test from a student that is on an IEP, yeah, they might have extended time or whatnot. And yeah, some answers might be able to be taken out, but at the same time, they're still graded at the same level. So a student that still gets only two answers out of the 4, yeah, it's helping them. Now there's a 50-50 chance, but you're still not benefiting anyone else. So the numbers really don't reflect what's actually happening in the classroom. For instance, Ms. Martinez and I went back and forth with with Noah, and you know, paper says this, right? Paper says this. Ms. Martinez says, well, I taught them this. That doesn't help either. The translation doesn't happen. The way that I learned math and the way that it's happening now due to Common Core is 2 different things. So again, I mean, it all goes back to really what are parents doing at home, right? And we can't hold them accountable if we're not even holding them accountable to bringing their kid to school on the 4 days that they're supposed to be here.
Family dynamics and economics are in a rural area are tough. I can tell you there's single mothers, single fathers that are working 3 jobs to put food on the table, and
I would say,
you can't fix that. I mean, not from the school district standpoint, that's really not feasible, but they're doing the best they can with what they have. That's the vast majority, I'll be honest with you, is just single parent homes or grandparents raising grandkids, great grandparents, that really, their lights out at 5 o'clock. Or that's just the dynamics, and like you said, how are they gonna teach a kid common core math? I don't know, it's a broader issue too. In all reality, it truly is.
I can 100% attest to that. My oldest son is on the IEP too. He started the school, he's in 6th grade. He started the school year, you know, they do their reading tests in the class or whatever, and then they go up on. He was like at a 3rd grade level when he started, right? Not proficient. But I asked him, how did the test go? Like, he's like, well, I didn't know any of it. Because he's not learning 6th grade stuff, because he's not at that level yet, because he hasn't modified. But as a parent, I'm constantly meeting with his teacher. How's he doing? How's he doing? I assume that his grade's going up, right? She's like, his last test, I don't even know what they call it. It's where they can pick a book and they test on it. AR, yeah. He is now reading at a 5th grade level.
But it's not.
And it's not affecting his test because he's not at that 6th grade level. And it's all across the entire board.
But he's making progress.
But he's making progress. He went up
And if
2
we had library and
almost
music,
3 grade levels.
that would help too, research shows.
So I think, like, listening to teachers and seeing how their growth in their classroom and what they're seeing is a lot more important than seeing these tests, because it's not a one size fits all. Especially when we see those
attendance, I'll tell you what, it hurts us as a district, because when we do the student count, you've got 30 kids that were missing from school that day when they did the count. That goes back to SEG funding, and even though we still have to teach them, we got less funding because they weren't there. The bus counts, it's.
190th day, 120th day. In towns, we used to make a big event happen on those days, and that way kids were there. See, that's another strategy you could do.
We put the 4 day together, the calendar committee.
who did
The 5 day on the.
Because they put Holy Week off on the 5 day. I appreciate that, but we only, what is that? It's only the Friday before Easter and then 3 days after for the 4 days. I thought there was 2 4 days.
Well, there was, the one day that high school went, the Easter, they wanted the Holy Week after, they wanted the after week after Easter, instead of before.
Like Holy Friday off and then.
You can find it.
No, that's what the high school one is. The high school one is the week of.
The week after.
No, the week of Holy Week.
The week of.
They wanted the
You know,
Holy
just
Week,
wanted
we
the week
chose
after.
the week after. And, I think the discussion was that, during Holy Week, we sat on pretty much, at home, do things at home. Catholics, I'm gonna speak on that, we start with Holy Thursday, pretty much, but that's not till the evening. And, so you do your mass then that evening, and of course you continue with Good Friday, like I'm in church in the morning, and as long as just when I was there, so it's just really Holy Thursday the evening, and then Good Friday, and then it continues, and of course Easter Monday is always, important. But another thing that we kind of tried to factor in was the weather. Like, you know, spring break, to me, you want to be outside, you want to do things like that, you know. That's another thing, but I just know that we talked about the Holy Week, starts the 45th, and that's just me.
Well, we kind of went back and forth on that too,
Yeah.
as far as that, because, for Holy Week, will you have those, who walk on Good Friday? Okay, so if you're gonna have a vacation on that week and you can't really go anywhere because you're gonna have to come back, you know, in order to do your obligation. So we said, well, then this way, you know, they're here. We'll have it the week after so that if they do want to go somewhere, then they can, you know, because they'll still fulfill their obligations that they have. So it was a toss up, but.
Because Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is pretty much like up to individual families as to what their traditions are. As far as the church goes.
Such thing.
That's it.
It's different on this one. That's 26, 27, that's 27, 28. This
There's a
is the one
difference
we're
with,
not.
there's a difference with one of those calendars on Easter or something that falls later.
Oh, that's.
The second calendar, I think.
28 Easter is like,
It falls later, like in April,
Yeah.
so that's why we
that is
still kept
the 16th in 2028.
that's why we just kind of kept the spring break in March.
Yeah, so that one's,
Yeah.
that one's different, because you only have.
And of course, like
We
we
have
have
Good
one
Friday,
said,
you
those
have
are
the
I like to go as long as I can before spring break.
I don't think the 5 days get fixed.
It's not, that's why I told you, either way, if you stay at 4 or go to 5, attendance is probably gonna get worse, but we still have to improve.
Right.
We still have
But
to
like
figure
Jen
things
said,
out.
But I
like,
think
you know,
it's communication, you know,
We
working
would have had the
together.
feedback that we're having now if the 5 day wasn't. If it was just a 4 day, and you knew the 4 day was going through, everybody'd be home in bed already.
Well, it is past my bedtime.
That's our bedtime.
That's what I mean.
My bedtime's at 8.
I don't think the 5 days is fixed for it or anything. I don't know. I don't know the fix for it. But
I think the fix for it would be the communication among the
Communication.
staff,
How would
among, you know, with our
what
supervisors.
you're suggesting on I like the alignment idea. I really do, and I
We
think
need that.
it's needed. But you'd have to commit even, because I remember when you said, well, you gotta come 2 hours on Friday, every other Friday or something to make sure that that's getting done. I didn't see very many smiles out there at all regarding that part.
Porque ya estoy dormida.
It didn't seem to be well received, but I'm, like I said, I'm okay with the 4. And this year we'll do something different, but what's the commitment from staff to ensure that that happens? Because it can't just come from the administration, because they're here anyway on Friday, you know, they're here already, but it's the staff contribution that has to happen in that component. And I don't wanna burden you with more, you already got a lot to do. But I think that's gonna be key, because honestly, if you don't meet, it'll go by the wayside awful quick. And then who's gonna volunteer, I shouldn't say call it volunteer, agree to get the stipend to come on the Fridays to have a Friday school. To catch up these kiddos, if that's what it
That
is.
would have to be an alternative where you have, you have to work it out with your staff and, you know, like say, you two come on this Friday and we come on this Friday, you know, and even if it's just once a month that you're doing it, but you're rotating the system.
Yeah.
So that you don't get, overload either of.
And no disrespect to being an art teacher, but you get an art teacher to come and they wanna work on math.
But no,
But
that's
she did math.
No, that's, sorry,
Oh, math,
My-
I'm sorry, I don't,
my
I
degree was
don't
about-
ever get my license,
I'm
this
so
license, I just remember you
No,
being
it's
the art
okay.
teacher for my kids.
but my
That's all.
degree was
Yeah.
interdisciplinary art, so if I had the opportunity to actually talk with the other teachers and say like, what are you learning in science right now? What are you learning in math right now? How could I incorporate that in my classroom? That would be like a
Then you
dream
go
come true.
hands-on.
You can
gotta get it
integrate
in the
math into art
Yeah.
very easily. Shapes, geometry, symmetry, all kinds of standards.
Okay, so how
You
do
just
we-
gotta plan it.
I'm good with all these great ideas.
Set up a
I
committee,
just need the
set up a
community
committee
to
to plan it.
Takes planning and time to
That's right, that's why I say, I'm just.
And Metro Union needs commitment.
we have to, we use breakfast and all that, whenever we see them in the hall.
I will make a motion to, go ahead. I was wondering, sorry, Thanksgiving. Do we meet that Wednesday off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Turkey has a whole day.
We are the most active. Yes. That's also a good travel day for fun.
Also, good evening, everyone. I mean, good night later. So, anyway, sir, when I got here, I was so amazed because you guys have all these resources. In the Philippines, they teach things differently, and so I'm like, I'm so amazed with all the resources you guys use. But then I've noticed that the kids are, it's not that they're not really learning, but they're not at their grade level, even the ones that are not on IEPs. So I guess it has to do more of the curriculum that you have to stick with. Because not every year, but every other year it changes. So the kids has to adjust again. And then also just like what the parent has said earlier, that math is now taught differently with how we were taught before. But in my class, I would still use the traditional ways, and I would agree with the Chromebook being used only for testing. In that way, students really get to learn how addition or subtraction really works. For example, I guess it's something that we really have to think about. Of course, taking into consideration the days that we have to come to school. Yes. Thank you.
I'll make the motion to approve the 26, 27, 40. I'm not in the one. Just this one, 26, 27, and all these great ideas that we have. See if they reflect on this. And we meet next year for calendar committee again. See where everything goes from there. Second.
First and a second. Mr. M, roll call please.
Member Romero?
Yes.
President Arreo?
Yes.
And Member Cisneros?
Yes. Motion carried.
Thank you guys.
Now we have to go to bed. We have to get up early.
Unless you want to do your college information.
No. Yeah.
What's like you have two cars?
Item B, discuss and possible action on benefit Carson Cocaine relation to $70
Thank you guys for hearing us.
Roll call or all in favor?
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. What is the
Kelly made the motion.
discuss and possible action regarding first reading policy J-4550, JJJ extracurricular activity eligibility?
This is just the first reading.
So is this one?
This is one I want to make some changes to with weekly eligibility. Yeah.
Next item, discuss and possible action regarding first reading policy J-4350 JJIB, interscholastic sports.
First time. I think Brian just goes with it and it's just a first reading.
Next item, discuss and possible action regarding first reading policy K-1000 KDB, public's rights to know freedom of information.
So this is from our policy advisors. And so these are some updates to them, so this is just your first reading and then you'll have the changes that they're recommending on the second piece.
Next item H, discuss and possible action regarding first, discuss and possible action regarding first reading policy G-1350 GBGC, employee assistance.
Same situation in this one.
That's it for new business, and nothing under unfinished. Finance reports. Item 8, budget actuals. But I don't have any questions. Bars?
It's getting late. We could be here for a while.
Yeah, but it's got rain. I'm saying that.
You got bars?
Yeah, we got. First one is the ID number 0033I.
This is end of the year cleanup from the PED.
That's what they all are, no? I'm just to approve.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next one. 0034.
Oh, no, that's not them all.
Oh, all together?
You said all.
They did all.
Okay. Well, then we're good. There you go. Item C is pre-approved list of approval requisitions over 5,000. 89 grand.
So this is for the skidster. This is capital outlay money that we reallocated. Finally got approval for it. We go and make the change. We also have the ability to buy a vehicle, a maintenance vehicle. So once it's approved, then we can reach out. I believe it was 149,000? 149,000. So next step would be to reach out and look for a truck for maintenance. Yes, so we're looking for and we got pricing on that. So we wanted to get this one.
These ones have a June 30th because you had to extend it last year.
Yeah, so I gotta extend it faster than.
Yours for this.
Should be, there it goes the next one, it's a Wagner, it's a cat through Wagner. It's a 236 D3 skid steer loader.
We got operators.
Yeah, the two gentlemen can operate on both.
You know, I like skid steers, but on the job sites, it's you can have a lot of things go wrong with that machine.
What were you asking? What was the one?
Is this the one that they spec out?
Yes.
It's, what is it?
74 horse.
No depth.
Okay. Shouldn't have it on.
No, you don't have to, over 75.
Yeah, this is no depth. 82,000 pounds.
I'll make a motion to approve. It's 66 horsepower.
66, yeah. 66 horsepower.
That's a mark. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item is, I can't. Champion. A Miller, a welder.
Oh, yeah, well.
A Miller Multimatic AC/DC multi-process welder with a 110 240 input voltage and accessory package.
I get two of those?
Yes.
I'll move.
Second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Alright, posters?
I'm making some headway.
2 minutes.
Next item is executive session. Let's move. This time the chair will entertain a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to the Mexico Open Meetings Act, section 10-15-1H for the specific purposes stated in the agenda, which are item A, discuss limited personnel matters as permitted under section 10-15-1-H2 Mexico Open Meetings Act, to discuss anonymous letter mailed to the school district with personal concerns. And item B, discuss limited personnel matters as permitted under section 10-15-1H2 of the Mexico Open Meetings Act, to discuss the resignation of the superintendent and advertise for superintendent position.
Mr. President,
Mr. Snaps.
I make a motion.
Second.
And the first and second, all in favor?
Aye.
I got their roll call.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. This requires roll. Call or roll, sir.
President Rath.
Yes.
Member Romero.
Yes.
Member Cisneros.
Yes.
Thank you.
So then you just say that at this time we went to the executive after.
This board will now enter in executive session at 9:41 PM. I'll entertain a motion to return to open session. Second. First and second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries, and that the record reflect the board returned to open session at 10:31 PM. Let the record reflect that only the matters stated in the motion to close were discussed in executive session. There was no action taken as a result of executive session. On to future business, item A, future planning.
You guys have a school board law conference, in June 4th through the 6th. Anybody wants to attend, please let me know before May 15th.
President Humphrey?
Out.
Somebody or president?
No, I'm just-
Is that it?
That is it.
Item B, item suggested for future meetings.
Bring back the things that you're reading. What do you wanna do, budget?
Yeah, we're gonna do a budget presentation. But we'll have SCG and.
We should.
For.
Yeah, 'cause we got that, finished last week. I signed the rest of the stuff, and so we should have those numbers sent to us, so we'll meet again next week, next Tuesday.
I don't think so. Item adjournment. Second. First, second. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Adjourned at 10:34.
Yeah, you got a problem.